express my gratitude to the organizer for inviting me and allowing me to be as a keynote for this session. Before I go further, can everyone hear my voice clearly?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, that's great. I would like to express my gratitude and also good morning to Dr. I.R. Putu Ika Wahyuni from Warma Dewa University. And I would like to express my gratitude as well to Professor Dr. I.R. Aigede Suranaya Pandit, Rector Warma Dewa University, Bali, Indonesia, and to the keynote speaker, Professor Dr. I.R. Gedis Sadana, Rector, Dwi Jendra University, Bali, Indonesia, to all delegation, Professor Talib Binbon from Malaysian delegation, to all participants, thank you very much and welcome to my session. So today, for this keynote speech, I'm going to share with you the research that I've been done since I can say 2020, and also if there is evolution and also evolvement throughout the years until 2025. So the topic that I'm going to share with you for this fifth international conference on management technology, engineering and design, or also known as ICoMTED. So in order to suit with the theme of this conference, achieving industrial revolution 4.0 through recent advancement in management and technology. So I come up with this title, Building the Future, Immerse Technology in Community Engagement for Green Infrastructure Development. So what I'm going to share with you basically is in regards to green infrastructure development in Malaysia, and how actually what is the best practice is proposed in order to improve the process at the early stage of the project development. So my name is Mat Asanati bin Masrum. I'm the principal investigator under Center of Sustainable Infrastructure and Environmental Management, or also known as CSIM. At the moment, I'm the Dean of Faculty of Technology Management and Business. I know there are few friends from my faculty attending this conference. Dr. Aizat, PM Dr. Associate Professor Dr. Aizat, Associate Professor Dr. Fauzi, and also Professor Talib. And thank you very much for your support as well. And at the same time, I'm also work under Department of Construction Management. So based on my humble experience and deeper knowledge on that, so I come up with this research actually. So before I go further, please allow me to share a little bit about my university. So at the moment, I'm working at University Tunis in Malaysia. I'm so sorry if there are few noise behind me. I'm at the library at the moment, but not in the library. Okay. So UTHM is actually it's been developed as a Center for Polytechnic Staff in 1993, and after that, after 3 years, it's been upgraded, become as Institute Technology Tunis and On in 1996, and after that, it's called as College University Technology Tunis and On, also known as QUTO in 2000. And after that, it's been upgraded. UTHM has been upgraded, become a new name, University Tunis and Malaysia, in 2007. So in 2007, I started joined UTHM and until now, and become as a big university. So from one main campus, and it's, now we have two other branches. So we have UTHM Pago branches and also we have Tanjung Labu branch, which are actually focusing on maritime and also transportation. So this is the location of UTHM. I think maybe some of participants has been to UTHM, has been in this particular area. So we actually located at the southern part of Johor, or southern part of Malaysia. So it's very easy to come if you fly through Asia. you will stop at Senai, and then it will take you about 1 hour to reach to UTHM. But if you use other transportation like through what you call Tulang, or maybe you can also through Nusajaya, it's easily for you to get here. All right, and I move on. So this is as I mentioned earlier, where you can reach us at three campuses. So we have main campuses, and we have also other two branch at Pagoh and also Tanjung Labuk. And I would like to share a little bit about the development of the UTHM. So there are a few programs that has been offered for the students to come and join us. We have at the moment, we have 8 faculties, 4 centers, and it consists of several types of program. We have mechanical, we have engineering program, we have business, we have civil and environmental management, environmental engineering. We have electrical and electronic engineering, technology management and business, technical and also vocational education, computer science, applied science, engineering technology, and also you can see there are few information here about UTHM program. And I would like to share with you what is our aim and our vision and mission. So UTHM is actually aiming to be as global technopreneur university by 2030. So that's why we are now in the process of improving and also restructuring, and also I think we are developing a more program in order to align with our vision and also mission. All right, for this presentation purposes, I'm going to share based on this outline of presentation. So I'm going to give some kind of overview of this project, and I'm going to give some kind of what are the issues and current practices in construction management, particularly in developing green infrastructure. And I'm also going to share with you what are the innovative community engagement that I think really, really important. And that's actually my focal point of my presentation. And I'd like to share with you as well what are the key, what are the uh, key stakeholders' role in community engagement that can improve the infrastructure development performance. And besides that, I'm going to share with you as well what are the principles that lead to make sure that this community engagement can be performed effectively. And the rest, I'm going to share what are the findings of my research as well. So, ladies and gentlemen,
all right, I think Professor Asrul has connection issues.
وعليكم السلام دي باندا يطلب ترمان جمعت كي ما مزبل.
Okay, we will wait for Professor Asrul.
Yeah, فين كلا توقتو ترب خرسي وصا.
I'm so sorry. This can okay. Until we wait, Professor Asrul to join with us again in Zoom meeting. While we're waiting Professor Astral to join with us again in Zoom meeting, I will invite Professor Nurbek. Professor Nurbek to come forward. I will invite Professor Nurbek to come forward. Yes. Because you are the keynote speaker, so you should in front of the participants. And ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions for Professor Asrul or Professor Nurbek, you can be prepared for that. And also, if you have any questions for Professor Pandit, I'm so sorry. Professor Pandit right now couldn't join with us again because he has another meeting. Okay, we'll wait for Professor Asrul to join with us again in the Zoom meeting. I'm so sorry for the inconvenience.
Yes.
Sorry, Assalamualaikum. Where is the speaker?
Waalaikumsalam.
Is he finished his talk or?
No, it's not. It's not done yet. We're waiting for Professor Asrul to join with us again in the Zoom meeting. I think Professor Asrul has a connection issues, so
Oh,
we're trying to call Professor Asrul.
I see. I'm surprising that suddenly stopped talking and
Yeah, I'm so
but
sorry
he's
for the
not in.
inconvenience, Mister.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting for Professor Asrul is telling us that he has technical issue. So while we're waiting, let us open the Q&A session again. And but when Professor Asrul is coming back, unfortunately we have to stop the Q&A session. But let's just start Q&A session. So is anyone here have questions for Professor Nurbek? Please raise your hand and briefly introduce yourself. Is anyone here? Oh, who? Who? The oh no. Okay. Professor Mr. Oh, this is Dwiki ya? Yang okay. No one here have questions for Professor Nurbek? All right, then we're waiting for Professor Asrul. Okay.
I have one question for Professor.
Professor Aizat have one question for you, Professor Nurbek.
I have one question in your country because currently we are moving to recycled energy. Okay, in our country also, now we have about 30%. In Malaysia, we have 30%, and we target to 70% of recycled energy in the future, 2030. So in Uzbek, maybe solar, maybe some of the hydro energy and so on. What is the, in point of view, the current progress of recycled energy in Uzbek? Can you give any, some of the progress in Uzbek? Because currently moving in many companies, particularly Europe and US, they are moving the country that adopted recycled energy, clean energy. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. And as I told you above, that's of course we know that our solar energy, wind energy as a clean energy, yeah. But they are not totally clean. Yeah. First of all, that as I told you before, that for producing such kind of solar panels, yeah, let's say wind WPPs, we use thermal energy more. Yeah, you see? Yeah, this our movements, our how can I say? We try to get more efficiency. That's why we step by step try to use such kind of such types of energy. Yeah, of course, backsides. Yeah, more times we will we not listen backsides. For example, about production of that solar panel. And what about after 25 years using that solar panels? It's very hard recycling it. Yeah, and that's why I'm not agree that solar panels or such kind of that renewable elements are totally, how can I say, that's clean. But you know what? If we build such kind of thermal power plant in the center of that city, let's Bali, it is of course affects to people and that city, yeah, without city, yeah, isn't it? And why that solar panels are more affordable, let's say, because of course we use, yeah, let's say 100 kilometers far from the city that we will produce thermal energy, yeah. and by using that energy or nuclear energy, we can produce such kind of solar panels, yeah. And if we build them here, yeah, it takes more that's clean, yeah. But this clean is respectable, yeah. For this region, for that's, let's say, people who live, yeah, part here, that's more clean, but that side, yeah, of course, will be that affect to weather, but how can I say, that effect will be less than building thermal power plants here. Yeah, that's why our main goal using such kind of solar panels interior in city directly, that's more up to that 40%, and also we already start to use that WPPs, wind power plants also. And how can I say, but in Uzbekistan there isn't that some, how can I say, that industrial enterprise that produces that such kind of elements, yeah, because that point is that's new for us, because we have more oil, we have more that's nuclear. We just recently started that point using that recycling energy and renewable energy sources, and we see we need to turn it. Yeah, we need to start and use such kind of renewable sources, yeah, for giving more high quality, how can I say, air to people. Yeah. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Professor Nurbe, for the answers of the questions. We have one more question for you, Professor.
Okay, Prof. I just got one question for you, Prof. Since right now we are implementing AI technologies, right, in whatever field, whatever lah, we got anything, any field. How do you think that AI can help people in terms of energy, or what we call is energy sustainability? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your question. And firstly, I think, let me start from the beginning. Yeah, how can I say, from the creating the Earth? Yeah, main point, because we need to know that about AI. What is AI? What was before? For example, first, if we need some information, yeah, we we search it by going some how can I say that, by we use it more books, yeah, open, yeah, and search one by one. After which we start to use what? Google, yeah, Google search, such kind of searching systems, yeah, searching system. Now principles are same, but how can I say, usage more efficient than AI's works like that searching system. Yeah, you can get that information. How can I say, that's more faster now. Yeah, and what about influence to that energy system? Of course, we already started to use for teaching, and let's say not teaching, for, let's say, that energy system. Yeah, and firstly, we use such kind of that AI for planning. What is the planning? For example, we don't know that every day our solar panels or WPPs, how much energy they can produce. For example, tomorrow, let's say it has 20 kilowatts, but every day, every time, you can't get 20 kilowatts over there. Because here, more reasons. Weather, yeah, and for example, if you have that some cloudy weather, yeah, of course, you will get less energy, yeah. That's why we don't know that tomorrow what amount of that electrical energy we will get, yeah. And we have stable energy sources like a thermal, yeah. We can control it. First, we use for that's prediction of tomorrow's energy by using AI. For example, we need 100% of energy, let's say, yeah, might be 100 megawatts and so on, and 100, let's say 100%. We predicted we can cover tomorrow, let's say 30%, yeah, and we will switch on 70% stable, let's say thermal energy sources, yeah, because we can control it. After which we predict, let's say we will reach, we will get 40%, and we will switch that 60% of that stable energy. Yeah. Firstly, it is that's for planning. After second is catching anomalies. As I told my during my speech, catching anomalies. For example, we know very well problems, all problems. Who don't know that when transformers or switches or computers will burn or stop working? Yeah, all of us know very well. Yeah, and we don't know when will occur it and how, and how can we fix and when we need to start. Yeah, and our main part that's using such kind of tools, AI tools for catching this that points. Thank you for your question.
All right, thank you, Professor Nurbek, for answering the questions. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving warm round of applause for Professor Nurbek and for the professor that asked the questions. Okay, right now, Professor Asrul is already joining with us again in Zoom meeting. Let's greet Professor Asrul. Hello, Professor.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear my voice clearly?
Yes, we can hear your voice very.
Alhamdulillah, thank you very much. So can I proceed with my presentation?
Yes, of course you can.
All right, thank you very much. So I continue my presentation. I'm so sorry for the technical issue. Can everyone see my slide?
Yes, we can see.
All right, thank you very much. All right, as I mentioned earlier in my outline of my presentation, I'm going to give some kind of overview of my research in regards to how actually community engagement has been taken place in order to improve our current infrastructure development in Malaysia. So based on current situation, we found that most of the construction project, they are trying and also aiming to embed sustainability and also trying to satisfy economic needs and also to comfort the society. So that's why based on current practices, I think globally stakeholders are playing very key roles in project development. So that's why community involvement is one of the information or one of the ways of ensuring to improve infrastructure development in I think in not only in Malaysia but also globally. So a major concern that actually lead us to come out with this idea is actually by looking at current situation in which we are really care and we are really concerned about environment. So that's why majority, or I can say that, many projects in Malaysia now, we are taking seriously about green infrastructure projects. So in order to make sure that the practices, in order to make sure that the information can be delivered successfully to the community, to the stakeholders, So we found and we faced a very challenging situation in order to make sure that the information that we gain from our client, from our stakeholders, is actually clear enough for us as a developer, as a constructor, or contractor to deliver based according to public needs of public satisfaction. So based on current situation, there are still lacking in terms of practices on community engagement in order to deliver the the concise information, clear information. So that's why this research we trying to develop what we call as innovative community engagement in order to make sure that the process at the early stage more kind of comprehensive and also more kind of interactive between client, key players of the construction project development, and also with the community. So so now we try to find a way in order to make sure that there is a proper or there is an improvement in terms of community engagement. So that's why we really aiming to come up with something that really modern and also really suitable by considering that current situation or current era, everyone talking about digitalization. So that's why our research, we are focusing on how this community engagement, before this we just based on verbally, can be transformed through digitalization. And also we found that there is a huge gap, yeah, when we do kind of initial investigation. We asked few clients, we asked a few community about how actually one project is developed. So basically most of them, they said very little experience or very little practices use this kind of innovative community engagement. So when we found that there are few or there are a lot of problems, for example, misalignments of agreements, and also because of there a lot of rejection, trigger boycotts, and also strike and things like that. So that's why it will incur or contributed to project delays, and also maybe the project cannot be done according to quality or according to time given by the client. So these are the challenges, yeah, that we face at the moment. So by looking at the process itself in project development, so we can divide the development into three stages. Basically, it consists of planning, design, and also construction. So most of people, sometimes we can see that they are too focusing on what to construct, yeah, and also maybe they're too focusing and they discuss deeply on what to design in order to achieve the objective of the project. But actually, they not really care about what to plan and how to plan. So that's why, based on this current situation, we try to improve at the early stage of the project, in which when the client have an idea what to construct or what to develop, so they have to know how to engage with the community. So instead of top-down practices. So by doing this research, we trying to encourage and promoting bottom-up approach rather than top-down approach. So by considering this community engagement to be done, widely, maybe in Malaysia or maybe in other countries. So that's why we try to improve current practices in which basically most of the participants just give information to the community through their presentation verbally, and also based on maybe 2D documentation. But now we think that we need to do something in order to improve our current practices. So that's why the idea is to come up with this kind of 3D virtual reality, or by using digitalization through digital twins or augmented reality overlays, is really needed. And why this immersive approach is something really important at the moment, because we want to improve interaction dynamics, in which before this, the situation or the process very passive, in which one way communication, or the location also not really encouraging. At the town hall, very formal and also very static. So now we try to develop something more kind of real, at the real time, real scenario analysis, and also there are kind of a lot of simulation can be done through this community engagement. And the engagement, traditionally, we can see that it focus and of phase and also single moment public consultation. But for this new approach, we kind of using more kind of user-friendly approach, in which it's more it can be done continuously, and definitely it can be done collaboratively. And in terms of psychology perspective, we can say that traditional way, there are a lot of backlash and also a lot of suspicious among the community. But through this immersive approach, it's more kind of open discussion, because it include the society, and also that definitely the process can be more lively and also more interactive. Ladies and gentlemen, so I just want to share with you this research or these ideas. Definitely, it can improve the current situation, in which it can improve the environment more kind of harmonious, and also still considering green objective can be achieved successfully. All right, guys. By considering current situation, as I mentioned earlier, so that's why we come out with this what we call as kind of integration between social aspect, psychology aspect, and also digitalization aspect. So we come up with this digital twin technology, in which we going to integrate immersive virtual reality and also real-time AR overlays, and also spatial computing in order to make sure that the system or the product to be produced at the end of the journey, definitely we try to embed as well psychology theory. We call it as self-determination theory. So this is one example through one case study, in which through this virtual reality, digital twin, and also AR platform, definitely the session can be done more kind of interesting and also attractive, because definitely the information that before this we delivered through 2D drawing or maybe only documentation to the community, but now we give them more kind of information visualized, and more kind of through simulation, and also by having this kind of approach through visualization, definitely the community can can get some kind of idea what is this project development is all about. This is something that really important, and I think in current situation still lacking on these particular matters. All right, guys. So as I already mentioned, there are a few challenges in terms of developing of green social development, because of inadequate community engagement between parties, between public and also between the developers. So that's why this engagement is something that really in need at the moment. So I already mentioned about the current practices, and actually I just want to share with everyone in this session, in this conference, what is actually green social infrastructure that we are focusing on. So basically, we focusing on green social infrastructure, in which, for instance, like school, like court, or maybe anything, buildings, or any development that are reflecting to social needs. So we are focusing on that particular project only. So in order to make sure that the social needs can be transformed or can be delivered successfully, so that's why we found that there are lacking in terms of information delivery. So that's why this idea to improve, and by giving more kind of feelings, or more kind of imagination to the community to see, all right, this project is going to be done like this. So at least they get some kind of clear picture of the projects. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to undertake this research, definitely a lot of things needs to be considered, but particularly in promoting what is community engagement. So that's one of the, our challenges part, because in Malaysia, I can say that community engagement for this project development still not as popular as other developed countries such as Australia or in the UK. So I still remember when I was in Australia, this community engagement is very common to them before they proceed or before they start the projects. And we also need to understand what is and who are the stakeholders and to what extent their participation. And we need to understand what are the principles in this community engagement also need to be understood as well. And the rest of the process, definitely we need to know what sort of interaction that we trying to develop in these projects. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this innovative community engagement in green social infrastructure can be done or can be, concerned according to these three elements. The first element is the nature of the community engagement itself, and also we need to understand who are the local community. For instance, we have several types of community in Malaysia, and the other thing that very important in developing this project is social inclusivity. So basically, based on our current situation, this social inclusivity we put aside. We not really integrate in this community engagement based on current situation. So that's why some of the projects sometimes it's actually completed successfully, but it's actually not really fully satisfy the community. All right, so based on our research, so definitely we aim to come up with immersive technology community-driven green infrastructure development, in which we start with developing guidelines and also like a principle to enable stakeholders to engage with community during the development, and also to provide some kind of insights to the stakeholders, what are their roles in order to make sure that this community engagement can be done better and also can be done successfully, in which can satisfy our community. And definitely the last objective of this research is to recommend what sort of immersive technology that can improve the existing community engagement practices in particularly green social infrastructure projects. So I just want to share with everyone in this conference, according to our existing findings, we already developed what we call as a framework to promote immersive technology in the current community engagement. So definitely we found that early stage of information is really important, because we need to identify who are the stakeholders and what are the engagement and how to educate them about our projects. And then we also need to understand what is the immersive technology integration itself. So we need to identify what sort of immersive technology, because there are quite numbers of immersive technology that we need to find out which one is the best one. And at this stage also, we get a few feedback from the community as well as from the key players of the construction project. We need to get some kind of feedback from them in order to make sure that the final outcome of this immersive technology for the community engagement can be developed according to their needs. Ladies and gentlemen, we already developed these proposed guidelines, we call it. So in which, in order to come up with this interactive community engagement, so this guideline is very important. So based on this guideline, we develop four elements. The first one is involvement of the community, and also the second one is what are the basic needs in order to develop this immersive technology community engagement. And we need also to understand who are the social sustainable in this project, who are the social community. And then we need to know how actually this immersive technology can be integrated in this community engagement. So based on our current existing findings, we managed to develop one paper. So maybe everyone in this session, you can refer my paper if you interested in this particular topic. All right. So in this proposed guideline of innovative community engagement, we found out there are a few things that very important and very, um, vital for us to concern. First one is integrating with the community that can provide stakeholders ample opportunity to adequately advocate and represent the community based on first-hand information on the specific needs and demands of the host community. And also the other things that really important is the involvement of the community throughout the phases of the green social infrastructure, also very important, because we need to make sure that the community can happy, and also they will agree with our ideas and also our intention that we're going to develop in this particular projects. And another thing, sometimes we also need to really care and also really concern about community needs. Sometimes they really care about their safety, about their health, about their privacy. So those are the information that we really concern while we are developing this immersive technology. Immersive technology community engagement. All right, so I move on, ladies and gentlemen, with this innovative community engagement, like a framework in which definitely there are three elements that are really important. The first one is governance, the second one is sustainable development, and the second one is social sustainability. So in our project, we're focusing on how this project can be fulfill SDG requirements. And also we also really concerned about social aspect in through this sustainable development. And in terms of social sustainability, definitely we found that this community interactive community engagement is something that really important in order to make sure that this public participation exercise can be done successfully. All right, guys, ladies and gentlemen. So through this immersive technology community engagement, there are a few principles as I showing on my slides: inclusiveness, transparency, interactiveness, and communication, continuity, integrity, participatory, and collaboration. Also, we need to really care about this principle while we developing this community engagement. So there are a few approach can be used or can be implemented in community engagement. There are a few approach that you can read through here that I think basically maybe some of these practices has been done so far, or maybe some of them it's quite new for everyone in this session. For example, in construction management, these kind of focus meetings or early stakeholders engagement is something that really common. But through emerging technologies, I think this is still new. Those involving in construction management in Malaysia, particularly. All right, so I just want to share with everyone in this session. So in this project, definitely we are trying to develop something like this, although not as exactly as this. I don't want to be too ambitious, but at least my team and myself can develop something like this for our community while they are, involving in community engagement. All right, I just want to share with everyone in this session that last year in December or November, if I'm not mistaken, my team, we recently managed to get this grant. We call it Enhancing a Community Enhancement Engagement Model for Healthcare Construction Project in Malaysia. So Alhamdulillah, we managed to get about almost 84,000 ringgit Malaysia. So definitely, I'm very excited to, proceed this integration immersive technology community engagement for construction project. All right, what are the benefits, ladies and gentlemen? I just want to share with you. So by having this immersive technology community engagement, definitely it will enhance the visualization in the early projects. So everyone who actually involving in the project, they can see the project in 3D views. So we are going to give this kind of information because we found that um, based on our current practices, most of the community or most of the participants only understand based on 2D information, in which not really interesting. So that's why we try to improve and enhance the visualization in the community engagement. And by having this immersive technology community engagement, it can improve decision making, in which it enables detailed analysis of planning scenarios, leading to more informed and also effective decision to be made by the client or by the participants. And definitely by having this approach, it can improve stakeholders collaboration, more kind of intimate and also more kind of open for them to discuss further. And by having this, we can also see a lot of risks can be mitigated at early stage. And definitely by having this kind of approach, the existing community can be improved further, in which it enhances public participation by allowing community members to visualize and also interact with proposed plans, leading to more transparent and also inclusive planning processes. All right, I just want to share with everyone in this conference. This is the research collaboration that we managed to get from the industry through LOI and also MOU. All right, I just want to share with everyone in the session that this is few lesson learned, as I mentioned earlier. So based on my previous engagement with University of Melbourne, I managed to attend few community engagement when I was there. So in Australia, I can say that they have a very comprehensive and also very interactive hub for them to communicate and for them to conduct this community engagement. So you can see this project in which they provide a lot of information, in which it's open to public to come and to know what is the progress of the projects. And this is also an example of, center or one-stop center in the middle of the city, in which at the particular time they constructing this metro tunnel. So this center is actually open to everyone who actually just pass the city. They can simply stop by and then get the information. Ask people there. They're really entertaining and they're also very informative to share with everyone who wanted to know what's the current situation, what is the current stage. And also this is also lesson learned from the community engagement that I attended in Geelong. It's actually prison project. This is very interesting, ladies and gentlemen, because in this particular community engagement, I can see that people engage closely and they discuss openly. Some of them, they quite agree with this project, and some of them they really worry about this project because some of the participant or some of the community, they might thinking that this prison project to be will affect the value of the land of the house, and some of them they might thinking this is going to be something but very positive because it will create more job at their particular area. So this community engagement is something very lively, and also I can say that it's discussed openly, but the only thing still lacking is there's no immersive technology use. So that's why I think this is about time for us to use digitalization in order to improve our current practices. And this is also another lesson learned, community engagement in Footscray Hospital. So this is also very interesting, in which the client openly inform what are the progress and what they are planned. But I can say that this is only two-way communication. They're still lacking in terms of interactive through digitalization. So that's why we come up with this recommendation. by using this, immersive technology, definitely it will improve the transparency of the community engagement, and also everyone can simply get the information from the technology. And definitely also by having this immersive technology community engagement, everyone can get more comprehensive information. It will improve the develop more trust, and also kind of improve the decision making stage. And lastly, I can say that by having this immersive technology community engagement, definitely it will improve the effectiveness of communication style, the environmental and also social economic advantages, such as generating employment opportunities, minimizing environmental impact, and enhancing infrastructure aesthetic is crucial in fostering support and understanding within the community. And as a conclusion of my presentation, definitely this research we're expecting that will give a lot of insights to the stakeholders in terms of understanding their roles, incorporating sustainable practices, and also to concern more about their community needs. And this study or this research also aiming to develop of this virtual reality, digital twin, and immersive mobile one-stop center. So we hoping this can be achieved successfully. And this study will be beneficial for promoting the importance of community engagement in Malaysia or any other developing countries in which it in line with government policies and plan in terms of time, cost, quality, and definitely it will improve the harmonious working environment as well as zero conflicts. And the project aims to transform the township planning by enhancing this stakeholders engagement, by improving decision making process, so on and so forth. All right, this is actually a video that I would like to share. I'm so sorry because there's no audio, but maybe everyone can see how this immersive technology can be used during this community engagement stage, in which it will give some kind of ideas to the communities in different age, different background, or different knowledge. So at least they can see, oh, the project is going to be done like this. At least they get some kind of ideas and also some kind of insight of our projects. All right. So with that, I end my presentation, and thank you very much to everyone for listening. And my apology for the technical errors, technical issues. And I really hope that this conference will be done successfully. And once again, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizer, to the key person of the conference, and to all participants. Enjoyed the conference, and hopefully my sharing will be benefited to everyone. With that, thank you very much.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Professor Asrul, for sharing your research with us. Okay, since the time for keynote session is up, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to our three distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Pandit, who already left for another engagement, Professor Nurbek, and also Professor Asrul for sharing their knowledge, expertise, and valuable perspectives with us this morning. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will now move to the handover moderator certificate session. We will now, I will kindly invite Professor Dr. Abdul Talib Bon to come forward and present the certificates to our distinguished keynote speakers. And I will invite our keynote speakers who are here with us in person to come forward as their name are called. Okay, first, I may invite Professor Nurbek from Tashkent University to come and receive his certificate. Okay, let's take a photo first. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. Also, joining us online from Malaysia, we would also like to recognize Professor Asrul to receive his certificate, because since Professor Asrul is in online, Professor Talib,
Maybe I can ask Associate Professor Dr. Fauzi to be my representative.
oh, Dr. Fauzi. Okay, let's wait for Dr. Fauzi to represent Professor Asrul in receiving his certificate. Is the photo session already over? Do you want to take photo again? Okay. I think the photo session is not enough. From the Warmadewa, is there any documentation for the certificate session? Okay, Professor Fauzi, may I invite you for represent Professor Asrul? Okay. Professor Fauzi, represent Professor Asrul for receiving his certificate. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm round of applause for them. Okay, thank you, Professor Talib, and congratulations to our distinguished keynote speakers.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Asrul. Ladies and gentlemen, please once again give them a warm round of applause. Thank you. All right, let's move on to the next session, ladies and gentlemen. The next session is the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, between Warmadewa University and Tun Hussein on Malaysia University. This MOU marks an important step in strengthening academic cooperation and collaboration between the two institutions, and we hope it will open the way for many meaningful opportunities in the future. Okay, to proceed with the signing ceremony, may I kindly invite Dr. Putu Ika Wahyuni and Professor Dr. Talib.
Oh, yang daftar absen di mana?
Depan.
Depan.
Ya.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Dr. Putu Ika Wahyuni and Professor Talib, may I, okay, please, to take photo. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Okay, thank you, Dr. Putu Ika Wahyuni and Professor Talib. And congratulations on this important milestone. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a warm round of applause. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to end our morning session. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to once again extend our sincere appreciation to all our distinguished keynote speakers and Professor Talib, also Dr. Putu Ika Wahyuni, and everyone for your active participation this morning. And now we will take a break until 1 p.m. And during this break, ladies and gentlemen, you are invited to enjoy some refreshments and lunch and to take some time to relax and connect with fellow participants. The conference will resume at 1 p.m. We kindly ask everyone to return to the ballroom and be seated a few minutes before the session resumes. Thank you, and please enjoy your break and lunch. We look forward to welcome you back at 1 p.m. Okay, you may take a break. Thank you. Oh, not in this side. Okay. Lunch, you can take your lunch in the foyer. Foyer room.
Kayaknya punya sini deh.
You can go to the right and then you will find your lunch room. Thank you.
Iya, satu paket deh. Ini tadi nggak mau, sekarang mau dia.
Kebalik ternyata.
Kebalik, oh tempatnya
Cucukan.
kebalik.
Cucukan
Ah.
itu.
dinner. And for now, participants assigned to empty sessions may proceed to ballroom 2, while participants assigned to the MM sessions may remain here in ballroom 3. All right. We are now ready with our afternoon program. So it is my pleasure to introduce our distinguished invited speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Fauzi Muhammad from the Faculty of Technology, Management and Business, University Tun Hussein on Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Fauzi Muhammad. Please giving a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Professor Fauzi, you will have 10 minutes to present your research.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good afternoon to all of you. Okay, I introduce my name. My name is Dr. Fauzi Ahmad from University Tun Hussein on Malaysia. So my today topic is, we have 10 minutes, value architecture in digital transformations. Because currently we are driving to digital transformation in many industries. So this is one of the hot topics in research. So the next slide, please. So before I proceed to the why this research is very important, because currently we are moving to digital transformation, and many companies implement digital tools in their company. But the problem is how effective the investments in the company. So this research I focus on the SME industry, because this is one of the backbones of Malaysian industry, and it's contributing to 689 billions in national wealth. Next. So this is the GDP contribution for SMEs, contribute to 39.7% and annuals for 5.7% annual growth rates for Malaysia. Okay, next. So this is the we call national SMEs national's largest employers in Malaysia. It's contribute to 809 million job provided, and a total of 48.7%. Okay, next. So Malaysia have a strategic blueprint of Malaysian digital transformation agenda. We to make sure that all digital transformation are implemented properly in nationwide. Next. So this is the policy that implemented in Malaysia. We have 3 pillars, main pillars: economy madani, my digital, and NIFE 2030. Okay, next. So this is the 5 pillars of technology adoptions in Malaysia. We have 5 pillars: and automation, AI, e-commerce, digital payments, and cybersecurity. The next. So Malaysian government have initiative to implement digital transformation in Malaysia with 4 main support mechanisms. So the first one is digital grants. We provide digital grants to SMEs. Number 2 is technological financing, and number 3 is financial incentive. This is including tax exemptions, and finally is capital humans. Okay, next. So to escalation of SME values, how we can sustain economic resilience. So there's a 4 main step for maintain this economic resilience. For implementing digital transformation, first we can improve cost reduction. Number 2 is operational efficiency. Number 3, market expansion and innovation, and finally we can achieve the economic resilience. Okay, next. Okay, as I mentioned, in Malaysia, we implement a lot of digital tools, but the problem is how effective the digital tools, because most of them focusly on implementation, but the most important is how it benefit to the company. Okay, next. So in this study, I propose the we call value architecture. Value architecture in the middle as a mediators, one of the important parts, because we value the benefits of the two kinds of tools in the company. Okay, next. Okay, this is theory that we use, system theory, where VA as a mediators in this research. Okay, next. So this is the frameworks, input as exogenous, we have digital transformations, and endogenous, we have business performance, and mediators value, we call value architecture. Okay, the next. This is the 10 dimension that we measure the transformation we study. So as shown in the slide, we have big data analytics, Internet of Things, robotic automation until 3D things. Okay, next. So we also propose the value benefits from the implement VA in the company. So the 4 main dimensions already identified: value creation, value capture, value delivery, and value standards. The next. Okay, for the measuring the information, we have identified 5 dimensions. Employee satisfaction, product performance, until the financial performance. Okay, next. So, a paradigm shift in the implementation from basically focus on technology-centered approach, where the focus only for the implementation, but the shift paradigm is value architecture approach, where all the digital must be based on the benefit to the company and value to the company. Okay, next. So this research I use population 1,531 SMEs, and the sample is 310 experts from the various departments: engineering, production, quality managers, and the analysis we use structural action modeling or PRS 4.0. Okay, next. So based on the result and analysis, okay, this is we have analysis value architecture serve as a significant main mediators between digital transformation and business performance, which R equals 0.66. Okay, next. Okay, this is the final validated model for mission SMEs, where we propose 3 main pillars. The first is the bottom one is digital transformation, and then the second layer is the value architecture, and finally the up one is the performance of the company. Okay, next. Okay, this is the question from my research today. The first one is shift the focus. SMEs stop buying technology for technology implementation, but focus on the value benefit from the implementation of the tools. Number 2 is build a competency, where human investment is very important, but to make sure that competence to do their job in digital transformation. And number 3, KPI, holistic measurement, radical change for KPIs, aggregate digital success beyond IT uptime. And it should focus on the value or benefit from the implementation. Okay, finally, next. So in the transition of to Industrial 4.0 and beyond, competitive advantage does not belong to the SME with the most technology. It belongs to the SME with the value architecture, focus on the value that they get from the implementation of digital tools itself. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
All right, Professor Fauzi, thank you so much for sharing your research with us today. Okay, our next invited speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Aang Munawar from Institut Bisnis dan Informatika Kesatuan Kota Bogor, Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Aang Munawar.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, I present our research.
Ini ya? Lain.
The institutional,
Yang mana?
because
Ya, ini
Presiden Jokowi
tapi
very
nggak muncul ya?
powerful in
Loh.
infrastructure,
Kenapa
but
ini?
how to impact
Wah,
to our country,
Itu.
ini.
to our
Nah,
obligation. Yeah.
Okay. Our paper is institutional funding regime, liquidity, based financial distress, and firm
Tapi nanti selesai gitu lagi
evident
dia.
from
Nggak tahu kenapa.
emerging market. Next. We have 6 agenda, but the core claim for agenda is fiscal priorities reach good performance through liquidity, not through the balance, because balancing can window dress. Next, motivation is infrastructure ambition needs fiscal capacity. More spending to infrastructure, but revenue
Bani itu tadi yang full color.
And increase deficit. So firm in the sector are exposed plus to long project cycles and to payment structure tied to the state budget. Next, 2 ways to define financial distress. Conventional is solvency, but our study is liquidity. So distress equal to inability to generate cash from core operation. So nearly 1/3 of our observation, 30% report negative operating cash flow. So BUMN Karya, very financial. Okay. Next. Research gap question and objective. We have that what the literature has not connected. So research question, do funding regime rise the likelihood of liquidity distress? And why it's matter now? Infrastructure sit exactly at the intersection of public money, priorities, and private financing constraint. The firm most likely to absorb the liquidity costs of the policy, government policy. Next, this is our conceptual framework, the transmission channel. Next. There are 6 hypotheses, but in number 1 until 3 belong to stage 1. What drive distress? And number 4 until 6 belong to stage 2. What distress does?
1 jam 45.
Our data and variable measurement 51 listed infrastructure firm, 15 years and 765 firm year observation. And source of fiscal indicator realized state budget, APBN, or Ministry of Finance of Republic of Indonesia, and firm data from IDX. Next. This is empirical strategy, 2 state panel estimation. Stage 1, determinant of distress, and stage 2, performance and moderation. Next, this is the macro fiscal context, 1910 until 2024. Yeah. Let's look features that a structural shift in fiscal priorities. Infrastructure become a steadily larger share of total government spending. And implication for modeling a fiscal ratio in infrastructure expenditure divide revenue is differentiable measure of policy intensity relative to fiscal policy. Next.
Kamu sebelum.
In this statistic,
Yeah.
as I mentioned for you, that 30% of firm year observation report negative operating cash flow. Next. And in model 1, what drives liquidity-based distress? Regime supported, a higher infrastructure to revenue ratio significantly raises the probability of negative operating cash flow. And size, larger firms are significantly less likely to run cash deficit, scalable as a liquidity buffer. Next. In order to distress and firm performance,
dikasih juga sama
that firm with negative operating cash flow
pribadi jadi.
earn significantly lower
Karena
ROE. Liquidity
representatif
constraint with immediately. Next, it's statistical significant at a glance. Threshold, strongest signer, and not significant leverage on distance. Next, this is hypothesis verdict. Next, and what the result take in prior fiscal priority, a better distress proxy, a macro, micro, right, and sector-specific evidence investor firms are shown to absorb an unintended financial cost of the very policy design to expand the market. Next. Relevant to Industrial Revolution 4, that real-time cash flow telemetry. Number 2, predictive early warning analytic. And number 3, digital public procurement. And number 4, data-driven fiscal design. Next. Implication for 3 audience. To government, account for liquidity spillover when designing infrastructure financing. And regulator add liquidity-based indicator to corporate risk monitoring framework. And third, strengthen liquidity management and working capital efficiency. So a shared prescription manage the payment cycle as deliberately as the budget set. Cash timing is where the policy meets the firm. Next, limitation. Limitation and future reserve. In limitation, future reserve, is designed as to place robust association rather than also. Next, conclusion. Our conclusion is final fiscal priorities reach the firm through the cash count. Institutional funding regime rise liquidity-based distress. So higher infrastructure spending relative to revenue significantly increase the probability of negative operating cash flow. Number 2, distress, not the regime, drives performance. The fiscal regime has no significant direct effect on ROE. Its impact runs through the liquidity channel and is implied where cash buffer are absent. Number 3, size buffer. Leverage does not explain. Scale mitigates liquidity exposure while capital structure fail to explain short-term cash support. One institutional factor enter. And number 4, monitor cash flow, not only the balance sheet. Operating cash flow is the informative early indicator of financial vulnerability in policy intensive environment. That's our paper. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you, Professor Aang, atas for the research you share with us. All right, let's move on to our next invited speaker. Our next invited speaker is Dr. Ani Mekaniwati from Institut Bisnis Informatika Kesatuan Bogor, Indonesia. Please join me in giving round of applause for Dr. Ani, everyone.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. We begin our presentation at the first slide titled Global Sustainability Challenge and Planetary Crisis at the Environmental Contents, and under score why shift towards circular business models is so urgent. Looking at the top left section on global research, studies over the past decade consistently highlight one clear challenge our current industrial and social practice requirement fundamental change. The way we produce and custom goods must be restored to protect the planet and ensure long-term economic resilience. Moving to the top right section, our current sustainability consumption patterns have driven humanity into the triple planetary cycle crisis. Here. The crisis manifests in the three interconnected threats: climate change, biodiversity loss, and escalating environment pollution. At the bottom left, we address the rule accused of the imbalance, the failure of the traditional linear system. Finally, in the bottom right section, these challenges are further intensified by global
Mulai dari sini.
demographic pressure.
Ya.
Okay, next.
Artikel itu ditampilkan lewat Zoom.
The narrative begins in the top left section by defining medium small enterprise as the economic backbone of Indonesian. Illustration present various essential business types such as warung food stall, batik title mills, local farm, and small niche farm. The cartoon's character points to the crucial statistics starting that
Pesawat yang
small enterprise contribute impressive 81% of the national GDP. Consequently, they play a
kan Senin mau lomba.
vital role regional development. Moving the top right, the slide defines GSGM as a strategic imperative, visually responsive by protective sites with leitmotif and compass. The text argues that implementing GSGM is no longer optional, but an absolute necessity for business resilience. Okay, next. Starting in the top left section, the majority of medium small enterprise in Indonesia are currently in the initial adoption stage of green supply chain management (GSGM) and green innovation. As illustrated, most enterprises are standing at the starting line, focused primarily on basic daily operation while in navigating sleep learnings curve and adaptation process. In the top right, in the top right section, we identify three major resources constraints that limit their ability to advance financial capital, technology, and human resources. Finally, in the bottom right quadrant, this factor will hide market uncertainty and volatility. Because market return on green investment can unpredictable and difficult to measure in the short term. Medium small enterprise find risk mitigation particularly hard, making them hesitant in take financial risk on sustainable initiative. Next. The slide contents is organized into four clean, modern factor panel arranged to follow the theory four steps: sensing, staging, and transforming. Interlocking grid motif and the colorful planes of green, teal, and yellow and used throughout. This panel establishes a dynamic capability theory as the foundation for organization success in volatile environment. A dynamic flow diagram illustrates three core capability: sensing, sizing, and transforming. This section details how organization sensing is facilitated by green practice. Data streams such regulator pressure, changes market demand, and eco-efficient opportunities, and following into a module of the SGM practice sensing. The analysis of the data led to the key result, identify sustainability opportunity. A multi-dimensional graphic illustrates how green innovation shares the previously in the identify opportunity. The present three district dimension of green innovation from a strategic response to opportunity. A green product innovation, green process innovation, and green management innovation. Concluding the narrative, the panel details the final reconfiguration capability. The multi-dimension innovation process is so actively blending machine old style machine rootness into new need green cycle routines. The transforming capability leads to the successful transformation and the ultimate goal, superior circular economy performance. Next.
Apa nih?
The slide begins by identifying a problem with assisting result. The concession on large enterprise in developed nation, visual of the presenter pointing to an trending large factory building label GSTM and globe label SGA. The medium small enterprise sector in developing countries, the section contrasts shopping with the first, illustrating a map of islands, nation, and icon representing small business like local farms, batik textile small tax firm, and street vendors of small business. Next. The content is structured across four main sections like by grade icon and progressive moving from left to right and top to bottom. Next. Further detailing the direct part, the slide explain how the SGM active 3R direct reduction through operational optimization, present figure reference match to the analyzed figure below overseas for specific area, green purchasing, eco design, green product, and green logistic. Next. After explaining the direct relation between green supply chains management and circular economy performance, in the first slide, this slide focus on how the SGM become the main driver of green innovation. Next. The third dimension is green management innovation, which embraces organization capability. These include environmental leadership, building a green organization culture, and providing environmental training for employees. This managerial practice create an internal environment that support continuous sustainability in detail. Therefore, hypothesis for proposed that GSGM positively include green management innovation. Finally, the hypothesis summary of on the right present the three proposed direct relationship, namely H2, H3, and H4, all suggesting a positive include of the HGM and each dimension of green innovation. Next. Okay, on the top green product innovation examines the product design phase by incorporating eco design principle throughout the product life cycle. Business can significant reduce raw materials consumption and improve recyclability. Okay, next. Moving on the slide 3, the mediating mechanism of green innovation, we explore why green supply chains management isn't always enough to achieve big performance. Instead, green innovation serve at the critical bridge connecting supply chains practice to a circular economy. Okay, next. Next.
The last.
It's
Okay. That include my presentation on the relationship between green supply change management, green innovation, and circular economic performance. It is hoped that the conceptual framework can provide value insight for the research practice and organization in developing more sustainable supply chains. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
2 menit dulu ya.
all right, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm round of applause for Dr. Ani. Thank you, Dr. Ani, for your research that shared with us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to extend a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Insinyur Gede Sedana, Rector of Dwi Jenderal University. It is a pleasure to have you with us this afternoon, Professor. Also, Professor Sedana will be our next invited speaker for this afternoon session. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Gede Sedana.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm sorry. I'm coming late to join this conference
Ini sudah
because
dia.
this morning I
Sudah
had the program in
beneran sudah ini.
campus. Today is a Saturday. Like us, if on your Saturday we have the activity here. I would like to talk about
Ini
social
sudah
capital
juga.
in terms of how to increase the
Ini tadi sudah
economic growth
Naik.
belum ya?
at the micro level, at
Terus
the
ini sudah
village
belum ya?
level.
Udah. Belum.
So the title of my
Ini
paper is
sudah.
the role of social capital and rural development through the village-owned enterprises model, is in Bali. So when we talk about the rural development in Indonesia, I think in other countries within the developing countries, we always mix the similarity between the rural development and agricultural development. When we talk about agricultural development, we talk also about the rural development, because most of the people, most of the rural people are working on the agricultural sector. So now I just want to talk about the correlation between the rural economic and rural agricultural economic. In many countries also, especially in developing countries, including in Indonesia, particularly in Bali also, the growth of economic development in rural area is very, very stagnant. If we compare with in the urban area, like here in Bali province, the focus of our development is the tourism development. In this area, I think 20 years ago or 30 years ago, it's very, very quiet in this area. And then because of the tourism development, we have here, fast growth of economic development. And we have also the areas in Bali, not only in the southern part of Bali. And nowadays we have developing the economic development in other parts of Bali, including in the northern part of Bali. And because of the stagnant growth of economic development in rural area, so the government, the central government, has the new program by issuing the regulation, the law about the village. It means that there is the shift of the paradigm starting from the centralization to the decentralization based on the village. In these issues, in this law, the central government asked the village to establish, we call BUMDes, village-owned entities. I think in every village in Indonesia. And the central government provide the loan, provide the grant for this POs, village-owned enterprises. But we have the experiences in Bali and other countries also, when we want to accelerate the economic growth, we need also the social capital, not only in capital investment. In case in Bali, we have the experience how the social capital give influence, give impact to the economic growth. In rural area, and at the agency level and the provincial level. So what we want to discuss today, I just want to say about why we have this matter, the social capital, because our experiences, when the government provide the loan, when the government gives the grant to the village, to the local governor, something there's the bias, because the social capital is not strengthened by the government. In the village area, we have the main problem about the economic development related to agricultural development. The farmers, the local people has a limited capital. So when they want to get the loan from the bank, it is very difficult to access. There are many mechanism, regulation, and then we need the collateral to get a loan. That's the problem. And then the local people will go to the, we call the money lending. So this is a very, very difficult for the local people. So now the VOEs comes just to help. In some villages in Bali, these VOEs have a good experience in the role how the VOEs collect the product, the local product produced by the local people, and market collectively to the other sector. Let's say for the agricultural products, in some VOEs, still in some, not all, in some VOEs, they have good experience to buy. Like in Tabanan regencies, in some villages, these VOEs buy the product, the agricultural product, and then collectively market to the other sector, to the supermarket or something like that. For the handicraft products, the VOEs also buy. So the role of the VOEs, like the aggregator, marketing, product consolidator. From VOEs also to be look like the bank. So the local people can go to the VOEs to get loan. The mechanism is not bankable. They will have the local mechanism dependent on the local people. So it's very easy for the local people to get the loan, to get the grant. Of course, this will accelerate the economic development in the rural area. And now, why this social capital is very important for the economic activities in the rural area, because the social capital has the component like the mutual trust. As long as the members of these VOEs, the management board has the mutual trust among each other, and between the VOEs and the local people also have the good, the strong mutual trust, so the activities of economic in rural area will be running well. We call it trust. In this trust, dependent also to the leadership. Leadership in the village, the head of village, and the manager of VOEs. The second one, when we talk about the social capital, we talk about the social norm. There is the norm, arrange, order the activities of the people, of the rural people, not only within the VOEs, but also in the village area. So the regulation in the VOEs relates to the regulation in the rural area. In the social capital also has the component about the networking among the rural people and among the rural people and the outsider, like the industry, in Bali, there's the hotel, restaurant, supermarket. They will have the partnership, a business partnership. And then the impact of social capital here in my study is very simple. The impact is how to build the good supply chain imbalance. Before, the local people is very dependent with the local trader, but now we have POS. POS will give the loan, will give the strengthening the capacity of local people or the small groups in the rural area, and then the POS will buy the product produced by the local people. So there is the balancing between the local people, the producer in the village, and the POS. And the second one, reducing vulnerability to predatory lending and the unbankable. As I said before, it is very easy to access the loan, the credit to the POS. And then increasing value added, because POS give the training to the local producer for the handicraft, the small industry, for the rice farming activities, and many activities in the local area. And then the lowering transaction costs, because the mechanism is very easy. So there is no cost for the credit, and then for the marketing, for the collecting the product in the village. So that is my presentation. Hopefully not more than 10 minutes. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the research that you share with us, Professor Sudana. Next, we will move to our next invited speaker. Our next invited speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Ahmad Nur Aizan bin Ahmad from the Advanced Center for Continuing Education, University Tun Hussein, Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Ahmad Nur Aizan.
Assalamualaikum, a very good day to everyone. So I think right now we are running out of time, right? We should start our session at 2 p.m., right? So I will make it simple and straight to the point, right? So if anything that unnecessary, I think we can skip that thing, right? Okay. Okay, so the title I want to share for today's session is
Ini ya?
Which one?
Which
Yeah,
one?
yeah. Future ready workforce for Industry 4.0. Okay, next. Okay, next. Okay. So when we're facing the question if technology is changing faster than our education system, how can we prepare today workforce for tomorrow jobs, right? So when we know that technology keeps moving rapidly, when we know that jobs keep changing, when we know that skills become unstable, and when we know that this learning must be accelerated, so we need to know that we need to keep learn keep adapt and keep grow continuously. So by doing this kind of concept, we can keep pace with the current requirement of the industry. Next. Okay, so for today's session, I will share about ISR 4.0, skill gaps, lifelong learning, micro-credential, and future-ready model. Next. Okay, so when we talk about IR 4.0, I don't want to touch much because I know everyone are very familiar regarding IR 4.0. So I just want to touch regarding when you have your technology transformation, of course we refer to the work transformation and also we enhance our workforce transformation. So the combination between technology transformation and work combination can be added for workforce transformation. Next. Okay, so when you talk about driving changes, what are the things that are related? So we know that currently we are facing the current technology enhancement. So we have our AI, we have our Internet of Things, we have our Internet and big data analytics, and also we have robotic and automation, and also cloud and digital platform, and of course we facing our cybersecurity, right? So all these things can be a driving for the changes when we talk about workforce 4.0. So when you have your future ready framework 4.0, we need to make sure that our technological base, which are AI and big data, cyber security, digital literacy, and so on, plus must be something that we think that human-centered, such as analytical thinking, creative thinking, leadership, and all those things. And when we talk about learning agilities, such as curiosity, self-directed learning, and all these things, when we combine all these things in terms of technical capabilities, technological capabilities, human-centered capabilities, and also learning ability, the future ready framework for 4.0 will be there. Okay, so when we share about traditional assumption, as we know, when we have our S1, right? So we'll use that until we die, right? But right now, when we turn about technology base, we need to make sure that we keep learning, we keep applying, we keep update, and we keep relearn. Because some of the info before it might be not relevant, right? So we need to keep relearn because we want to make sure that what we are doing right now is suit with the current requirement of the industry. So the competitive advantage become the ability to learn faster and that changes. Okay, so when you talk about micro-credential, we need to understand what is micro-credential. So focus, assess, recognize, and also shareable. So at the end of the micro-credential, we have that something that will focus learning achievement that can be assessed and also can be recognized. Okay, next. This one I don't want to touch because that one. So compared to short course versus the micro-credential, short course consist of content, participation, and the last one is certificate, right? But when you talk about micro-credential, it consists of competency, needs, learning outcomes, learning assessment, evidence, and also the credential. So micro-credentials are designed for relevant, verified for quality, and recognized for real-world impact. So this is what we call the micro-credential needs. Okay, so when we want to start micro-credential, we need to understand that what are the currently missing in our base. So we need to start with the competency gap between what's the industry needs, what is our task and role, what are the competency needs, and what the learning must be have. And also know what is assessment to be done. So basic idea of micro-credential to close the gap of the current requirement should be competency gap plus learning design plus assessment, and in the end we can get that recognized achievement. Next. Okay, so why micro-credential are necessary? Because when you talk about micro-credential, it's a particular for us that we want to get that thing is fast, right? And very flexible. We can go anywhere we want. We can take that anything, anytime we want, and also relevance and measurable, expectable. Because when you talk about micro-credential, it's basically a small process could be combined. And the last one is portable, very portable whenever we want to know, we want to get it whenever we want. So micro-credential will help to build in agile, future-ready workforce, and especially for Industry 4.0. I think that one is, I don't want to touch that because that one is upskill and skill. We know already, right? Next. Next. Okay, so future-ready framework must be have that what we call is technology, which is currently what we are facing right now, AI, technology, robotics, and all those things. And also that what we think that what are the competencies it needs, for example, technical and human capabilities, and also micro-credential, what are the still we missing program, targeted upskilling and reskilling, and also lifelong learning, which is continuous learning and also adaptation. And the last one should be workplace impact, when we have to increase our productivity, our innovation, and also our transformation into a better workforce. Okay, so I think the one is a very basic idea when you have your university, industry, government, and also learner blend together to make sure that all the requirements are there, all the gaps are being closed by using and discussion between all these things. Thanks. So that one is when you compare the old mindset and future mindset, something that we are waiting for. Because when you talk about old mindset, waiting for formal program, right? Only formal program, learning mainly before employment, and also collects qualification, right? S1, S2, and so on, and rely on institution to define learning, right? But right now, when you talk about future mindsets, all these things can be identified. What are the industrial ones? We need to prepare what are the requirements by that our industry. And also when you have your learn continuously until all we can still learn, right? And also build evidence of capability and also own a personal learning pathway. We can define whatever we want to do, what levels we want to go there. So at the end, learning agility become a career capabilities. So we can identify, when you talk about strategy roadmap, we need to identify, we need to diagnose, we need to design, we need to deliver, we need to assess, we need to recognize, apply, and then we need to measure. Because when you talk about continuous loop, it depends on the technology changes, skill evolve, and the last one is learning on how we can adapt the learning concept, especially when you talk about micro-credential. So again, when you have future-ready workforce 4.0, that must be consist of technology capabilities, human capabilities, and also learning capabilities. So this must be something that we want to achieve for the current requirement. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Aizat, for your presentation. All right, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, we will next to our next invited speaker. Our next invited speaker is Professor Bambang Hengki. Professor Bambang Hengki, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President. Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Hengki Renanto, and I'm from IB Kesatuan Bogor. Okay. Now, I would like to present about the condition and also the location similar with Bali, because it is about tourism also. Yeah. The title is Pentahelix Collaboration Management in Sustainable Tourism Development, Evidence from Situ Taman Sari, Indonesia. Yeah, Situ Taman Sari location in Bogor, June. Yeah. Okay. Okay, next. Okay. Yeah, this is Situ Taman Sari, location in Bogor. Okay. Okay, next. Yeah, this is the the behind of location. The Situ Taman Sari is Gunung Salak. Yeah, Salak Mountain. So the range of Situ Taman Sari is only 1.7 hectares actually, but very beautiful and free of charge. Okay, next. Now, about the location. Okay, this is location from Indonesia and Kuala Lumpur. Okay. Next. Okay, and then this is location. Situ Taman Sari is about 70 kilometers from Jakarta, and then around 7 kilometers also only from the central of the Bogor. The central of Bogor, the presidential suite, Istana Kepresidenan. So only 7 kilometers from Istana Presiden. Okay, next. The background and problems. Situ Taman Sari, the problem is that because they have complexity of alignment and the vision of various stakeholders. So there are so many stakeholders for them. So between one and other stakeholders, they have some conflict, how to manage. And then land ownership status, because the status of Situs Taman Sari and also around of Situs Taman Sari is for some of location under of the government of province and another of the private and so on. So that's the second problem. And then also interagency sectoral ego, because this is what common problem in the tourism location in Indonesia, actually, not only Situ Taman Sari. And then reason of objectives as first is to analyze the role of local stakeholders, and then the second is to examine the drivers and barriers to tourism through the pentahelix framework. Next, thank you. The literature review we focus for two. Community-based tourism, and also the second is pentahelix collaboration. Next, thank you. Now, the research methodology, our research types is qualitative, not quantitative. Qualitative to executive, and then also location, of course, in Situ Taman Sari, Kabupaten Bogor, and Bogor Regency. And then we discussion. We interview 10 informant in village chairpersons, and then MPS chairperson, small and medium enterprises chairperson, or also tourism officer for departments, and then so on. Okay, next. Then we use NVivo for the tools. NVivo, the newest program. Okay, next. Key finding of NVivo analysis. We found 3 words many times to regularly replied by informants. But first is community atau masyarakat, and then the second is government, and then the third is tourism. Okay, next. Now this is the result of the NVivo. So we can take a look for the big size of the words. It means many times repeat by the informants. Governments, community, and also tourism. And the hierarchy charts, they make something this one. Okay, next. Thank you. Then now the role of the community. The role for the community, operational backbone responsible for maintaining security and clearness function day by day field executor, also based on the village degree. And then the role of the government, the regulator and facilitator constrain hindered the sectoral ego. Villages struggle to construct permanent facility because the land is an asset of the BBS, BWS. This is a provincial owners. And then, okay, next. And then the role of the business, supporting the local economy, small and medium enterprises, small shop and PKL, parking, and then so on. And then the role of the academics, actually the latest location, the role is not yet optimal. So far has been limited to research and has not been extended to extensive meeting. And then the role of the media, the role of promotion remaining limited, it has not yet been deployed. So need to be promotion in the future. Okay. Next. Thank you. Okay, dynamic of the pentahelix collaboration. This is the key challenges. The first is inability of construct facilities
And then the second is access routes are narrow and lack of the adequate lighting. And then the third is high enthusiasm among personnel through key lack technical tourism skills. Next. Driving factors in the future. Yeah. Driving factors, and we have a natural resource, very good natural resource. And then the second, strong community social capital. But limiting factors, the first is lack of the supporting facilities, but the second, promotion that is not yet integrated. Next. Thank you. And government, we have suggestion and recommendation for the government actually. Adaptive regulatory breakthroughs for community enhancing hospitality or service and facilities for children and waste management. For the academician and media, field visits are required to provide and also strongly promotion by media and also maybe from the academy. Okay, next. So potential for CBT based, fostering the growth of small and medium enterprises, actually micro, small and medium enterprises. And then issues for and challenges is village of or community government lack of flexibility construct permanent. So they are should be as a leader to how to develop the situ Taman Sari. Next. So this is discussion. I think it's enough. Thank you very much and good luck. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Dr. Bambang Hengki, for your presentation. And ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the presentation of certificates to our distinguished invited speakers. As token of our appreciation for their valuable distribution to ICoMTED 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly invite all of our distinguished invited speakers to come forward and receive the certificate. Professor Bambang, Professor Dr. Insinyur Gede Sedana, and then Dr. Ani, and then Professor Fauzi, and then Professor Isaac. Okay. All right. And now I invite Professor Dr. Abdul Talib Bon to come forward and present certificates to our distinguished invited speaker. All right, I invite Professor Dr. Abdul Talib Bon to come forward and present the certificates to our distinguished invited speaker.
Mai, itu aku join record room-nya juga kan? Oh, lain ya? Ah, sudah, oke. Oh, sudah, oke.
Okay. First, the certificate is to Professor Dr. Insinyur Gede Sedana, Rector of the Jenderal University. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a round of applause. Thank you. Next one is to Professor Aiza. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please give me a round of applause. Okay, next one is for Professor Dr. Aang Munawar from Institut Bisnis dan Informatika Kesatuan Bogor. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause. Okay, the next one is to Dr. Ani. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a round of applause. All right, and the last one is for Professor Bambang Hengki. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a round of applause for those distinguished invited speakers. Okay. Okay, now we will wait for Dr. Fauzi to come and to receive his certificate. All right, the last one is for Professor Dr. Fauzi. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause, please. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, let's take a group photo. Everyone ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for Professor Talib and congratulations to our distinguished invited speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a warm round of applause once again. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the parallel sessions of ICoMTED 2026. This parallel session. For this session, we are pleased to have Associate Professor Dr. Bambang Hengki as the session chair with Associate Professor Dr. Ahmad Nur Aizat bin Ahmad serving as the session coordinator. I would like now to invite Associate Professor Dr. Bambang Hengki to take over the session. Professor Bambang, the session is yours. We also invite Dr. Titin to be accompany Professor Dr. Bambang Hengki to take over the session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Russian. So I would like to invite 23 presenters, and then please one by one. The first presenter is Asanopik. Is that? Okay, and then second Aulia Rahman. Okay. And then the third is Aulia Rizkinita Sandia. Okay. And then the fourth is Dirga Saka Prasetyo. Dirga Satya Prasetyo. Okay. Okay. And then the fifth is Dwi Rahmawati. Okay. And then the sixth is Eka Suciati. Okay. And then the seventh is Evelyn Betari Dwi Pangestika. Evelyn? Oh, okay. Yeah. And then the eighth is Hadi Janto Dedi Setiawan. Okay. And then the ninth is Hafida. Okay. And then 10 is Harnain. Okay. And then 11 is Heru Agus Kurniawan. Heru Agus, okay. And then the 12 is Jusman. Mr. Jusman, thank you. Okay, and then 13 is Kalik Ismunandar. Mr. Kalik Ismunandar. Still in toilet. Okay, no problem. And then the 14 is Mr. Komaruzaman. Komaruzaman. Where? Oh, okay. And then the 15 is
Nggak apa-apa.
Miss Kunti Dewi Kismanto. Okay. And then continue in 16 is Lusmawati. Okay. And then the 17 Maulana Iskan. Okay. And then 18
Ini Wardian Sandi.
Mr. Cucuk Purwoko. Okay, Mr. Cucuk. And then 19 Vin Sensia Kandok.
Gak apa-apa bang, aman aja.
20 Wardian Sardi. Oke.
Ini kan.
21 Yuli Shaw Olga.
Kayak gini.
Yuli Shaw
Aman
Olga.
aja kalau dia
Oke.
susah aku.
And then
Matikan
22
suruh pulang.
Mr. Tony Rico Siahaan. Mr. Siahaan. Oh, okay. And then the last is Mr. Roni Setio Wardianto. Okay. So I would like to invite the first presenter, Mr. Asan Nopik. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Asan Nopik. It is our privilege to present our study, Consumer Behavior Transformation of Generation Z, the Impact of AI Personalization and Consumer Engagement TikTok Shop. Next.
Aku ngecek sebelah.
Let's start with the background. TikTok Shop has evolved into an immersive softwareentainment platform. Again, as a digital native are highly susceptible to spontaneous forecast triggered by the AI driven for UV. FYP. Next.
Iya. Berarti di apa dihubungin sama
Next.
Totaliknya.
Next slide.
Sorry.
We ask the SRR framework. Once the stimulus is AI personalization. Two, the organism is consumer engagement. Three, the response is impulse buying. We hypothesis the engagement are as the core brain here. Next. For our methodology, we survey 250 Indonesian Gen Z user using for this sampling. We analyze the data using smart PLS for to test our Arthur and Einer models. Next. Our results show that our variables are valid and reliable. With factor loading above 0.7 and up above 0.5. The confirms the strong quality of our measurement. Next. Higher is the result summary. All four hypotheses are supported. Notable, consumer engagement acts as a partial mediator between AI personalization and impulse buying. Next. Insert AI insert cost creating high engagement. This engagement then trigger the fear of missing out, FOMO, which directly leads to impulse buying. Next. To conclude, cloud or study proves the SOR chain on TikTok shop. For future studies, we suggest expanding the sample beyond Indonesia and exploring financial literacy variable. Next. Next. Yes, the concludes my presentation. Thank you for your time and attention. Thanks. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you. Give applause for Mr. Hasan Nordin. So continue with Aulia Rahman. Mr. Aulia Rahman, time is yours.
In download please. Biar nggak lambat.
Oh, siapa? Can download. Mana nih bos? Mananya? Yang mana? Klik 2 kali. Oke. Silang deh. Baru slide. Kalau timbul. Downloading.
Okay, good afternoon, distinguished question, reviewers, and participants. Today, I would like to present our study in the illusion of welfare after increased government transfer upon empirical evidence of Parkinson law, the assessment of the crowding out effect in Kalimantan regional budget. The study examined whether increasing fiscal resources in Kalimantan are effectively transformed into public-oriented expenditure, or whether substantial portion in association with the expansion of bureaucratic spending. Okay, next. East Kalimantan is a resource-rich province and receives substantial fiscal revenue, including transfer from the central government. The main issue is not more revenue does not always result in proportional improvement in public welfare. Next. In this study, we distinguish two different mechanisms. The first in Parkinson law, in our context, in when fiscal resources increase, bureaucratic expenditure may also expand. The second mechanism is the crowding out effect. This is different. Next. Previous studies have extensively discussed resource cost, fiscal transfer, paper effects, and regional expenditure. Our study contributes in 3 ways. First, we analyze our 10 districts and cities in East Kalimantan. Second, we use 10 years of observation. Third, we distinguish between the expansion effect predicted by Parkinson law and the displacement main effect required to establish crowding out. Next. This study used a quantitative longitudinal design. The dataset cover 10 districts and cities in Kalimantan over 10 years. The model is estimated using same ICoMTED with work by ALS everseen 8.0. Next. Model with measurement quality. Before interpreting the structure
relationship, we evaluated the quality of the model. The result indicate that the model has acceptable fit and coordinatory diagnostic. Therefore, the model is considered adequate for evaluation the proposed structural relationship. Next, this structural model result, this figure present the estimate structural model. In other contrast, the path from bureaucratic burden to pro people expenditure is almost zero. Next, hypothesis testing. The hypothesis is testing provide a clear result. S1, S2, S3, and S4 are supported. S5 is not supported. For S6 and X7, we unrelated indirect point estimate. We do not claim medicine because bootstrap significant for the indirect effect is not yet available. Next, finding one is Parkinson law. Alpes-Meyer finding provides strong support for Parkinson law. However, a central one injection a small stronger relationship with a coefficient 0.787. This suggests that transfer physical conditions are strongly associated with the expansion of routine administrative expenditure. Next, finding 2, transfer also increase poor people expenditure. However, these results do not mean that central transfer are absorbed exclusively by bureaucracy. Central fund injection also has a strong and significant positive relationship with a pro people expenditure with a coefficient 0.663. Next, finding 3, counting out of is not established. Our third finding concern because is crowding out of effect. The coefficient from bureaucratic burden to pro people expenditure is positive. Therefore, the relationship is statistically insignificant and importantly is not negative. Any discussion of opportunity cost should therefore be interpreted as a policy consideration rather than as statistically proven crowding out mechanism. Next slide. Policy implication. Based on these findings, we propose 3 policy implications. First, fiscal transfer should be more effectively targeted toward capital expenditure and essential public service. Second, local government needs stronger control over the goal routine operating expenditure. Third, budget evaluation should move beyond the percentage of budget absorption and focus more measurable public service outcome. Next, limitation and further research. This study also has several limitations. First, several variables are represented by single proxies. Second, the study is limited to districts and cities in Kalimantan. Third, the current analysis does not yet provide but significant value for the indirect impact. YouTube study showed the use burden and multi-indicator measurement report for mediation test and directly examine with whether growth in one expenditure category statistically reduced another. This both provide the strongest test of the growth aim of effect. Next slide. Conclusion and closing. To conclude this study provides three main findings. First, we find strong empirical support for Parkinson law. Second, transfer also significantly increased poor people expenditure with a coefficient of 0.663. Third, the current model does not establish crowding out effect because the relationship between bureaucratic burden and poor people expenditure is neither negative or not statistically significant. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please applause for Mr. Aulia Rahman. Yeah, guys, please concern with time limits. Yeah. Just information for Mr. Aulia Rahman, almost 9 minutes. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, but our times in maximum 5 minutes. Yeah. Okay, next presenter, Aulia Rizkinita Sangya. Give applause for Miss
Mana lagi
Aulia.
namanya Aulia?
Miss Aulia,
Anu
time
apa?
is yours.
Enggak. Kasih nama, Bos.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Welcome to the We'll Look at study and how a baking technology impact operational efficiency and service quality at BCA Samarinda. Next. Background digital banking is now essential. Banks must cut costs while keeping service quality high as customers shift to digital channels. Next. Problem and objective. We want to see if BCA banking actually improve efficiency and customer service is Samarinda. Next. Key concept. We focus on three things: e-banking like MBCA and ATM, efficiency by cutting costs, and service quality like speed and security. Next. Methodology. We survey 100 active BCA user in Samarinda and analysis the data using SPSS. Next. Respondent, most user and female 62%, and the majority fell into the 30 to 50 age group. Next. The results show an 84.2% impact, both a banking and service quality significantly boost overall performance and customer satisfaction. Next. Discussion 61% of users say a banking makes daily transaction easier. Plus, trying digital tools combined with reliable staff create a great experience. Next. Consultation. A banking lowers costs and offers 24 access moving forward, which are shown coping upgrading features like Chris and cybersecurity system. Next. That's all for today. Thank you.
Wow! Only 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Give applause for Miss Aulia. Thank you, Miss Aulia. Oh, even me is not ready yet. Okay. That's because some reasons. Mr. Tony Rico Siahaan would like to present after Miss Aulia. It's okay? Okay. Mr. Tony Rico Siahaan. Mr. Tony Rico Siahaan. Okay, time is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished chairperson,
respected professor, researcher, and fellow participants. It is a great honor and privilege for me to present our research at the 5th International Conference on Management Engineering and Design Technology here in Bali. My name is Tony Rico Sihaan, and today I'm pleased to present our study entitled Analysis of the Effectiveness and Efficiency of Regional Budget Management in Improving Local Government Financial Performance. Let me begin with a simple question. Does high budget realization automatically mean good financial management? Maybe some people will say yes, but in our research suggests that not necessarily. This distinction between achieving financial target and creating public values in the central issue of this study. In Indonesia, the region revenue and expenditure budget, or we say BBD, is a key instrument for financing public services and region development. Although all local government generally achieve higher revenue realization, but audit findings continue to reveal weaknesses in performance. We can see high budget realization in MPBD, but can back to the previous slide. But in the reality, there is a weak financial government. High budget realization does not fully reflect public value. So from audit agency finding reveal structural weaknesses. So the question is, was the budget realized? Instead, we should ask, was it used efficiently to create public value? This also was previous studies. The next slide, please. Previous study maybe often focus on individual regions or examine effectiveness or efficiency in separately. Therefore, we conducted a semantical literature review to identify a broader national pattern. Next slide, please. Method, we review several literature published in 2016 and 2026 using Google scholarships, Scopus, Dimension, Garuda, and cross review. We identify around 156 articles, and we do screening eligibility assessment until 21 articles were finally selected for synthesis with some inclusion criteria like timelines, source types, and focus. Next. Our findings is encouraging. Some local government demonstrate high budget effectiveness, with many studies reporting revenue realization above 100%. However, we look at efficiency, the picture changes. Revenue target may be achieved, but resources are not fully utilized optimally. So our central finding is high revenue realization does not guarantee efficient spending. And next slide. Next slide. This could that we call the dual dimension of region budgets. Effectiveness tells us whether the target is achieved. Efficiency tells us whether resources are used wisely. Both are necessary, but better financial performance. Our conceptual model identifies 4 important drivers. They are planning, budget planning quality, internal control, human resource competency, and digitalization. Next. Our discussion and conclusion, these findings are consistent value for money, theory, steward theory, and agency theory. All 3 perspectives emphasize public resources must be managed responsibility efficiently in the public interest. Therefore, our money calculus is clear. Regional budget management in Indonesia is highly effective in raising revenue, but continues to struggle with expenditure efficiency. Finally, our recommendations are to strengthen internal control, implement next slide, please. Implement performance-based budgeting, accelerate digital transformation, and enhance human resource competence. Some good words I will say: effective budgeting gets us to the target. Efficiency budgeting ensures that the journey creates maximum public value. When effectiveness and efficiency work together, budgeting becomes an instrument for better government, better development, and better public services. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and have a nice day.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Niko Siahaan. And then I would like to invite the next presenters, Mr. Dirga Saka Prasetyo. Okay, give applause for Mr. Dirga. Mr. Dirga, time is yours.
Yang mana, Bang? Ada namanya kah? Yang mana?
DSP.
Yes. 28. Ini kah?
Ya.
Nggak ada namanya di luar.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dirga Saka Prasetyo, a Master of Management student at Untak Samarinda. Today, I will present our research, the influence of financial governance and on private system. Let us move to the introduction. Next slide. Let us move to the introduction. Fiscal decentralization give local governance autonomy, monitoring role analysis. However, this authority also creates opportunity for fraud throughout the financial management and to process. Fraud can financial losses, lower quality of public service, and decrease public trust. So, relying only on law enforcement is not enough. We need to prevent to governance. Next slide. Next, the theoretical framework this research is supported by the theories. Agency theory, stewardship theory, and the fourth triangle theory. Based on this, we propose for high forces financial governance, transparency, accountability, and the government's internal control system all have a positive effect on fraud prevention. Next slide. The methodology we use the Prisma to UNP framework and databases Scopus. Science direct on and Google Scholar we identified 156 articles. After screening by the abstract and full text, we selected 15 articles for synthesis. Next slide. Now the result for transparency is 5 of 6 articles reported a positive effect. For accountability, all 6 articles were positive. For the government internal control system, all 8 articles were positive. So, internal control and accountability have the most consistent relationship with prevention. Next. This slide presents our interrogative team can skip cumulative model. Final governance for seekers equity, regenerative financial management. But he supporting factor are also important. Official competent EPA, capacity, digitalization, terus SPBE, and whistleblowing system. Next. Now, the discussion agency theory supported transparency, provides details, information, and reduction more realism. Stewardship theories is supported accountability, strengthens organizational integrity, and the fraud triangle theory is supported internal control, directly used for punitive for fraud. Next slide. Now the conclusion of our hypothesis are supported. Next slide. The main point, financial governance, transparency, accountability, and internal control should not be inflated the same. The holistic integration create a strong guard fraud prevent system. The limitation distribute focused on Indonesian local government, so few charity can quantitative testing and other context. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Dirga Sangkaprastyo. And then we continue to Miss Dwi Rahmawati. Okay, Miss Dwi Rahmawati. Okay, time is yours.
Anu ya anjing.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Session Chair, fellow presenter, and distinguished audience. Thank you for the opportunity to present our research here today. Today, I'm honored to present our paper titled The Effect of Return on Equity or ROE, Price to Book Value or PBV, and Debt to Equity Ratio or DER on stock prices with exchange rate as a moderating variable. Case study of energy sector companies listed on the Indonesia Stock Exchange for the period 2022 to 2025. Next. To begin with, let us look at the background driving this study. The first one, internal fundamentals. Internal financial fundamentals such as ROE, PBV, and DER serve as key corporate signals to investors. The second one is macroeconomic sensitivity. Energy companies are heavily engaged in cross-border trade and dollar-denominated contracts. Foreign exchange rate movements directly influence operational margins. Next. Based on our theoretical framework, we formulated 6 primary hypotheses. Hypothesis 1 through 3 examine direct effects. H1 and H2, ROE and PBV has a positive effect on stock prices. H3, DER has a negative effect on stock prices. Hypothesis 4 through 6 introduce the moderating role of the USD to IDR exchange rate, testing whether currency movements interact significantly with ROE, PBV, and DER in predicting stock price movements in the secondary market. Next. Moving into our methodology, we adopted a quantitative research with an explanatory design using SAM-PLS, execute via WARP PLS 8.0. Out of 90 energy issuers on the Indonesia Stock Exchange, purposive sampling produced a final sample of 20 companies observed across a 4-year period from 2022 to 2025, yielding 80 final observations. The data sources we use are audited annual statements, Bank Indonesia GIS rate or Jakarta Interbank Spot Dollar Rate, and historical stock prices collected at the end of the first quarter or per March via Google Finance to match reporting rate. Next. Now, let us turn to our key empirical findings shown on the screen. Out of 6 hypotheses, 3 were accepted and 3 were rejected. Next. This visualization clearly illustrates the hierarchy of impact. ROE showed a significant positive direct effect with a PET coefficient of 0.32 and P less than 0.01. PBV emerged as the strongest direct predictor with a PET coefficient of 0.39 and P less than 0.01. DER was statistically insignificant with P equals 0.22. Regarding moderation, the exchange rate significantly moderated the PBV and stock prices relationship as a quasi-negative moderator or PET coefficient minus 0.28 and P less than 0.01, while failing to moderate ROE or DER relationships. Next. What do these results mean in practice? The strong positive impact of ROE and PBV validates signaling theory and in the Indonesian capital market. Why was DER insignificant? In capital-intensive sectors like energy, institutional investors view corporate debt naturally as long as leverage is long-term and adequately hedged for expansionary projects rather than distressed liquidity. Next. Looking closely at exchange rate moderation, the significant negative interaction of PBV exchange rate moderation reveals that when currency depreciation occurs, market appreciation for premium book value stocks compresses, rupiah depreciation escalates imported operational costs and foreign currency liabilities, leading investors to discount ground premiums. Conversely, the insignificance of ROE x ER or exchange rate and DER x ER proves that macro currency swings do not alter the fundamental signal of core operational profitability or financial leverage. Next. In conclusion, our research delivers 3 main key takeaways. The core takeaway is ROE and PBV directly drive stock prices, whereas DER shows insignificant impact. For investor, combining ROE and PBV provides a reliable fundamental filter, but investors must exercise caution with high PBV stocks during volatile currency devaluation cycles. For corporate managers, optimizing equity productivity requires greater market value than attempting to adjust corporate debt ratios. That brings me to the end of my presentation. On behalf of my co-authors, Imam Nazaruddin Latif, Titin Ruliana, and Robin Jonathan, I sincerely thank you for your kind attention. Thank you very much, all of you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you. Please give applause again. Okay, next I would like to invite Miss Eka Suciati. Okay, Miss Eka. Miss Eka, time is yours.
Yang mana? Pengaruh. Aduh, nggak ada namanya, bos.
Okay, hello. Hello, good morning and good afternoon, honorable examiners and audience. I am Eka Suciati presenting my research title, The Effect of Subscription Period and Broiler Chicken Pickup Volume and Accounts Receivable Balance. Next. In the broiler industry, span of distribution is critical. Just implements credit sellers to support intermediary threats with a strict 3-day payment policy. However, in reality, large daily pickup volumes still create significant receivable balance fluctuation. Next. Research problem and objective. My study addresses three main questions. One question, does client tenure influence receivable balance? 2, does daily pickup volume drive days balance, and how do both factors jointly impact the company financial position? Next. Conceptual framework and research model. I have two variable independent, subscription duration and collection volume, and one variable dependent, account receivable. Next. Research methodology. We use quantitative causal method analyzing daily sales reports and subsidiary ledgers from March 2026. Active threads with at least pickups per week were selected using purposive sampling. Next. All diagnostic tests confirm model with validity. The data meets normality shows no heteroscedasticity, has no multicollinearity with a fifth of 1.004 and no autocorrelation with a Durbin-Watson score of 1.839. Next. Multiple linear regression equation. I have economy interpretation of just constant of PT Unggas Borneo deposit. We have 43 million resulting in a negative balance of our receivable. The coefficient minus 2.52 million for every additional period of subtraction. The equation accounts receivable balance tends to decrease by 2.52 million rupiah. Coefficient plus 35,465 for every additional chicken collected. The account receivable balance increases by 35,465 rupiah. Next. On the board, partially subscription period has no significant effect. However, pickup volume has a strong positive effect. However, each additional unit pickup increases the balance. The next. Discussion and empirical evidence. Client tenure does not matter because strict payments as OPEX apply equally to everyone. Meanwhile, high pickup volume dominates because massive daily orders naturally leave high rolling balance, even when trades pay daily. Next, the conclusion and suggestion. The main conclusion is 1. The length of subscription period has no significant impact due to the uniform enforcement of 3 days credit as open. Withdrawal volume has a significant positive effect on the increases in the accounts receivable balance. 3. The combination of X1 and X2 explanation 89.9% of the dynamics of PTJ's accounts receivable balance. The suggestion implementation of a quantitative credit selling, PTJ's management cannot really solely on the 3 days time limit. A maximum credit limit per vendor based on the volume of goods collected is required to mitigate the risk of default on large-scale pickups. I think that's all, and thank you, everyone.
Please give very big applause for Miss Suci. Why? Because excellent. 5 minutes 00. Okay. I would like to invite Miss Evelyn Betari Dwi Pangestika. Okay. Miss Evelyn, time is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Evelyn. Today, I would like to present our study entitled Financial Performance Analysis based on Liquidity, Solvency, and Profitability Ratios at PT Bank Central Asia Tbk, a systematic literature review. Next. BCA has been engagement in growing number of studies using different observation period, financial reviews, and research method. Some studies focus mainly on liquidity and profitability, while other engagement solvency, risk management, or technology-related efficiency. The problem is that the studies are relatively fragmented without a systematic synthesis. It becomes difficult to determine which findings appear consistently across studies and which finding may be influenced by a particular period, ratio, selection, or research method. Therefore, our review addresses three main questions. First, what does the existing literature consistently report about BCA's liquidity, solvency, and profitability? Second, which strategic factors are repeated associated with this financial outcome? And third, how can BCA digital and fintech capability be understood together with its financial ratio and its potential relative to major Indonesian bank? Next slide. Slide ketiga. Yeah. To answer this question, we use a systematic literature review following the reporting participle of Prisma 2020. The review process consists of four main stages. First was searching. We search web accessible scholarly database, journal portal, repositories, and official issuer publication using keyword related to BCA and financial performance. Second was eligibility. We include studies that directly engagement, BCA report, financial performance, or relevant ratios. And third was screening. Importantly, we did not fabricate a raw automatic retrieval number because the original database export file was not preserved. Instead, we report transparently the final eligible corpus.
Ini kenapa nggak mau slide slow dia, Pak?
Next.
Iya.
Next. The final evidence-based consists of 10 BCA-focused empirical studies published between 2017 and 2026. The study provides evidence across three core financial dimensions. The first is liquidity, the second is solvency, the third is profitability and efficiency. In addition to this BCA study, we use BCA's official report as primary conceptual evidence. We also use 2024 annual report of Bank Mandiri, BRI, and BNI to provide a descriptive comparison. Therefore, the evidence-based provide a broader perspective than relying on single review study. Slide 5.
Sebentar ya, Mbak. Manual aja. Maksudnya apa, Pak? Manual aja diklik ke sesat. Sudah. Nggak tahu ini kenapa ini. Apa? Nanya namanya selesai.
This slide provides the quantitative anchor for our literature synthesis based on BCA's official data from 2020 to 2024. The upward movement in LDR suggests increasing intermediation activity. However, an increase in LDR should not automatically be interpreted as the deterioration in liquidity, because liquidity adequacy must also be considered together with funding liquidity, liquid assets, and regulatory liquidity indicators. Overall, there are Their official figures provide a quantitative context for interpreting the findings from previous studies rather than viewing each study separately. Next. When we synthesize the literature, three major patterns emerge. First, we say liquidity is generally characterized as health or stable. Second, we say capital adequacy remains strong. And third, profitability is consistently strong. These findings are important because they show that BCA financial strength is not represented by only one ratio. Instead, liquidity, capitalization, profitability, efficiency appear as indicator dimension of the bank's overall financial performance. Next. Next. Di slide 9. Based on the findings, there are several management implications. First, digital transformation should be viewed not only as a customer service industry in the industry, but also as financial evidence program. Second, AI and machine learning need strong governance, model validation, data quality, privacy, cybersecurity, and risk control are important to ensure that technology creates value without introducing unmanaged risk. Third, strong capitalization should be maintained alongside business growth. Next. To conclude this systematic literature review, find a constant pattern of healthy and resilient financial performance at the Bank Central Asia. BCA demonstrates strong liquidity management, high capital adequacy, sustained profitability, and improving operational efficiency. More important, BCA's financial resilience should not be understood as the result of financial ratio alone. It appears to be a combined outcome of prudent financial management, strong capability, quality funding, risk control, scalable digital capabilities, and discipline over operational efficiency. Further research should go beyond descriptive ratio analysis by using multi-year comparative data, harmonized definition, and measure indicator of digital adoption or technology investment. This will be allow research to test more rigorously whether digital transformation contribute to change in BPO, ROA, and ROA. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Evelyn. Okay, let's we continue to Mr. Hadianto Dedi Setiawan. Mr. Hadianto. Okay, please. Mr. Hadianto, time is yours.
Yang mana lagi anunya ini dada?
Cek.
Yang mana Pak? 31. Oh.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present our research. My name is Hadianto Dedi Setiawan. Conduce study entitled "The Role of Regional Owned Enterprise or UMD in Fiscal Independence and Economic Growth." The study focus on local government in Kalimantan, Indonesia. Next. The main question of this study is very simple. Why do local government establish BUMD and invest public money in them? Ideally, BUMD should not only generate profit, they should also strengthen local government finance and contribute to economic development and community welfare. In other words, BUMD has two important roles as source of regional revenue and as an agent of regional development. However, professional study mostly examined this relationship using linear model and usually at the provincial or national level. Therefore, our study focused on 10 regency and cities in East Kalimantan and examining two outcomes at the same time: fiscal independence and economic growth using a non-linear approach. Next. The study used a quantitative exploratory approach. We analyzed panel data from 10 regency and cities in East Kalimantan over a 10-year period, giving us a total of 100 observations. There are three main variables in the study. Variable X represents BUMD performance measured by a process from the management of separate regional assets. Variable V1 is fiscal independence, and variable V2 is economic growth. For the analytic, we use sham BLS with work BLS 8.0. We especially use the work tree algorithm because the relationship between BUMD and regional development may not always be linear. So this method always asks to identify more complex relationship in the data. Next. This slide presents the two main findings of our study. BUMD has positive and highly significant effect on fiscal independence. The path coefficient is 0.434 with a p-value of less than 0.001. In simple terms, this means that when BUMD generate better financial return, the fiscal capacity of the local government also becomes stronger. The R-square value is 18.9%. This means that BUMD performance explains around 18.9% of the variation in fiscal independence. However, we found a different result for economic growth. The coefficient is minus 0.127 with a p-value of 0.1097. Because the p-value is above 0.05, the relationship is statistically insignificant. The explanatory power is also very small, only 1.6%. So, BUMD helps train local government finance, but it does not automatically increase regional economic growth. We also evaluated the quality of the model. Overall, the indicators show that the model is accepted with no serious multi-collinearity problem and acceptable nonlinear causal direction. Next. This picture provides a simpler picture of our finding. BUMD is represented by X, Y1 represented fiscal independence, and Y2 represented economic growth. As we can see, the path from BUMD to fiscal independence is positive and significant, with a coefficient of approximately 0.43. Meanwhile, the path from BUMD to economic growth in the negative and substantially insignificant at approximately minus 0.13. The table below confirms the same result. The first hypothesis is support because BUMD significantly affect fiscal independence. The second hypothesis is not supported because BUMD doesn't have a statistically significant effect on economic growth. So, strongest result is study in the difference between fiscal impact and economic impact. Next. Okay, this slide presents the structural equation from our model. For fiscal independence, the coefficient is positive 0.44. This means that increase in BUMD performance is associated with increase in fiscal independence. How economic growth coefficient is negative 0.127. However, as explained earlier, this relationship is not statistically significant. Therefore, we should not interpret this as strong evidence that BUMD reduced economic growth. The last equation represents this nonlinear work-tree approach. In simple terms, it means that the relationship may change at different level of BUMD performance rather than following one straight line. So the power work-tree is capture relationship that may curve or change over time. Next. The results show an interesting contrast. On the one hand, BUMD successfully increased fiscal independence because its financial return this contribute directly to regional revenues. This gives local government more fiscal capital and reduce their dependence on external transfer. On the other hand, higher BUMD revenue don't automatically result the real economy. This might indicate what we call capital trapping. In simple terms, the money generated by BUMD may enter the regional budget, but it might not be effectively circulated back into productive economic activities. For example, if BUMD dividend simply increase government cash or remain as budget surplus, the money not immediately create jobs, support MSME, micro, small and medium enterprise, build infrastructure, or increase household economic activity. Next. There are four main conclusions for this study. Empirically, BUMD has a significant positive effect on fiscal independence, but no significant effect on economic growth. Second, theoretically, our results indicated a possible structural lag between fiscal strength and real economic welfare. In other words, strong government finance don't automatically create strong economic growth. From a policy perspective, BUMD dividend should not simply become additional revenue in the regional treasury. Local government should consider directing this fund toward producing capital expenditure, infrastructure, MSME development, and other activities that create a multiplier effect. Finally, future studies may include variables such as effectiveness of capital expenditure or infrastructure spending. Future research may also spread BUMD by sector because financial sector BUMD may have different impact from infrastructure or service sector BUMD. Therefore, the main message is the study BUMD should not only create profit for the government, it should also create value for the economy and for society. Next. Thank you very much for the attention.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hadianto Dendi Setiawan. So I would like to invite Ms. Hafida. Okay, Ms. Hafida. Ms. Hafida, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to all distinct guests. I would like to express my gratitude to the committee and all of you for your warm welcome. I'm Hafida. I will be for 5 minutes talking about engineering and information technology-based human resource management system to support election implemented on the KPU Pasar. Background, human research are the key factor in successful election implementation. KPU Pasar manages 1,000 election official, secretariat, staff, PPK, PPS, KPPS. Current ICoMTED management is still partial manual. Manual process lead to slow administration, difficult performance monitoring, delay during election preparation. Next, okay. Research objectives. This research aims to analyze the current HR management system, design an integrated IT-based HR management system, and three, evaluate the impact of the new system on efficiency and effectiveness. Super quality bidder is our governments to super quality election. Next, yeah, research methodology. Okay, research methodology. Research about quantitative case study, data collection, observation, interviews, documentation, system development, using system development life cycle, propose as car management system. Next. Okay. The system consists of 5 integrated modules. Centralized database. Kemudian, next, multi-user Azure, security reason, web-based platform, accessible via PC, mobile device. 5 models, HR basic data, recruitment and selection, training and competition, performance assessment, reporting, dashboard. Okay, next. System performance, data initial less than 1 minute, system availability 98.40%. Average spec load 1.2 seconds. Input error reduced from 12% to 2%. Before, first, after implementation. In KPU, use application Siakba for administration to ini apa? Application for administration. Okay. Before KPPS 7 to this. Data accuracy 85%, 98%. And this on the picture HEC. Okay, next. Overall efficiency increased by 50%. Discussion, the integrate HR information system providers. Faster recruitment, better personnel placement, centralized data sharing, improve transparency, better decision making. Challenges, limited digital literacy, internet connection, difficulty in remote zone. Solution, okay. Next, connection training, continue training. Conclusion, manual HR management has significant limitation. Integrate HR information system improve efficiency, accuracy, data integration, personnel monitoring. We efficient in by 60/50 work efficient increased by 50%, HR data accuracy reached 98%. This system strengthened election readiness and government and Pasir, KPU Pasir. Next. Future development, automatic notification system, integration with national KPU system, mobile application development, I-based analytics for HR planning, continuous digital competency training. And then thank you very much and for invitation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Miss.
Tidak.
Okay, I would like to invite Harnain, Mr. Harnain. Okay, Mr. Harnain. Again, please consult with time management, right? Okay. Mr. Harnain, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Harnain. Today, I would like to present a research study entitled "The Effect of Service Quality, Price, Location, and Product Completeness on Customer Satisfaction." Case study of Toko Anissa L3 Tenggarong Seberang. Retail competition makes customer satisfaction a strategic priority. Toko Anissa L3 is a small-scale traditional retail store serving daily needs in Tenggarong Seberang, East Kalimantan. In a competitive local retail environment, the store must understand which factor most strongly shape customer satisfaction. Context snapshot, retail types, core challenge, advantage, and research focus. Next slide. What prior studies have missed? Most customer satisfaction studies in retail focus on larger modern store, mini market, and supermarket. Small-scale traditional store in suburban area remain reality limited and research object. The variable of service quality, price, location, and product completeness are really integrated into a single model for this context. Next. The study examine both partial and simultaneous effect. Determine the effect of service quality on customer satisfaction. Determine the effect of service on customer satisfaction. Determine the effect of location on customer satisfaction. Determine the effect of product completeness on customer satisfaction. Analyze the simultaneous effect of all four variables on customer satisfaction. Next. Customer satisfaction, customer feeling after compare preventive product or service performance with expectations, satisfied customer, then to recommended the store and premise competitor over. Next. Research methodology. Respondent were a customer who had shopped at class twice, were at class 70 years old and lived around the Tenggarong Seberang area. Operational variable. Next. Hypothesis testing result. Next. In conclusion, service quality, price, location, and product completeness have positive and significant effect on customer satisfaction, both priority, and simultaneously. The model explained 71.7 of the variation in customer satisfaction. Recommended action for Toko Anissa L3, strengthen employee service training, maintain competitive price through operational efficiency, improve accessibility and parking comfort, prioritize product availability and currently as the most dominant factor. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Hanayan. And I would like to invite Mr. Heru August Kurniawan. Mr. Heru. Okay, Mr. Heru, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, academic and fellow participants. My name is Agus Kurniawan from UNTA. On this valuable occasion, I will present the finding of study entitled "The Implement of Integrated IT Competence and Multi-Skilling Organization Career Competitiveness through Infrastructure Design Readiness." Next. Yeah, about this on slide digital transformation mandate. About the context challenge, we have the digital transformation in IT practitioner, process deep, integrative capabilities, and role flexibility. Then, but here we have results like in practical testing on how that specific readiness bridge technical skill and career outcomes. And then about theory, I use conversion of resource or curricular individuals strive to acquire accumulated and protect valued resources. Then about career theory, basis self-directed competency-based career development with dynamic environment. Next. Yeah, and then about this, I have X1 is integrated IT competence, include technical, integrative, and adaptive. And then about X2, multi-skilling development orientation, we have self-directed and flexible. Then about mediation, I have infrastructure design readiness, include design and blueprint execution. And then is Y is about career competitiveness. Yeah, so my research proves a critical point. Technically, capability alone does not warrant competitiveness. So, infrastructure design readiness is what's actually drive success in the field. Next. Then about material and methods, I have 200 practitioner demographic. 91% is male, and then roles is network system admin, support, on infrastructure sampling. And then sampling, I use purposive, cross, then sectional. And then about instrument metric, I use 5-point Likert scale and use indicator total 16 for per construct. About analysis engine, I use North PLS, that version with technique PLSM validating bootstrapping with 5,000 resample. Next. Then about result measurable model validation outer model, our construct meet the required scientific criteria for validity and reliability. In this, I have converted validity loading with that value, average variance extract F with that value, also composite reliability ZR with that value. In K-com solution, the measurement instrument show how strong interval consistently and construct validity. Next. This about result structural model direct effect intermodel. On X1 we have that value, and then X2 M and Y with that value. Carry inside this model explain 63% of the variance in the carrier competitiveness and very strong proportion. Next. About result, the mediation effect infrastructure design readiness is crucial bridge. With all that value, we can see that. Then also with traffic analysis with 5,000 resemble confirm significant partial mediation. Technical skill alone are insufficient. The must be translated into task specific design readiness to maximize career outcomes. Next. Then about discussion and application, theoretical application, I have validated the competent readiness outcome model for the technical domain. Demonstrate the resource acquisition spiral explained the core theory. And then about practical application for organization, subtle cost functional training, incorporating blueprint based design exercise. And then about certification, we can facilitating macro infrastructure certification. And the last is on the job mentorship, direct mentoring for integrative competence transfer. Next. Okay, about the conclusion and the future result, key point, integrated IT competency and the skill orientation significantly improve career competitiveness. Infrastructure design readiness acts as a vital accelerator, mediating both realization and bridging the gap between raw skill and marketability. About limitation cross-sectional design, I just in specific regional like Indonesia Kalimantan, but that I have some the research will longitudinal design the test casually cross-country application and testing of potential macro environment moderators. Next. Yeah. So I have a key point is about my research is about in the era of digital transformation, technical competence with the foundation, but structural readiness with the career. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Please give applause again for Mr. Harun. And then, well, Mr. Herul Agus Kurniawan. And then I would like to invite Mr. Jusman. Okay, Mr. Jusman. Mr. Jusman, only 5 minutes. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Usman, representing Universitas 17 August 1945 Samarinda. Today I will be presenting a paper titled The Influence of Customer Experience of the PLN Mobile Application on Customer Loyalty with Customer Stratification as a Mediating Variable at PT PLN Persero ULB Samarinda Ilir. Next. Digital transformation in public utility. Let us start with the background and motivation driving this research. Industry 4.0 imperative in the current era of industry 4.0, public expectation regarding government and utility service have shifted dramatically towards speed, transparency, and operational efficiency. Next, strategy digital to spend to meet this modern demands. PLN Launchpad the PLN mobile application as its flagship digital touchpoint. Local challenge at Samarinda Ilir. Next. Research framework and methodology, customer experience, customers certification, customer loyalty, and analytical method. Next. Measurement model validity and reliability result. Before testing our structural hypothesis, we conducted a cross-outer model evaluation using smart PLS. Next. Structural question modeling and path analysis. Now let's use examine the direct empirical path evaluated within our inner structural model. Customer experience, right arrow customer certification, right arrow customer loyalty, customer experience, right arrow customer loyalty. Next. Mediation effect analysis, indirect path significance, the indirect effect of customer experience and loyalty via stratification. Next. Strategy, discussion, and psychology drivers. The preservation and trust, human digital citizen, platform resilience. Next. Practical recommendation and study limited management, real time support and limitation. Next. Conclusion and outlook. To conclude our presentation today, model validation, all structural hypotheses were empirically supported. Validation the X right row stratification, right row loyalty framework within state-owned public utilities. Strategic roadmap to cultivate sustainable user loyalty. PT PLN Persero must continuously refine its digital application, ensure high operational reliability, and streamline real-time compliant handling. Tagline, ultimate our study proved the driving loyalty through digital excellence is the key pathway for public utilities in the modern era. Next. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chusma. Then I would like to invite Mr. Khalid Ismunandar. Mr. Khalid Ismunandar, time is yours, only 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, audience. My name is Khalid Ismunandar from Universitas 17 Agustus Samarinda. This is our research about the title is Impact of Indonesian National Budget Efficiency Policy on East Kalimantan Timur, on East Kalimantan fiscal year 20 to 26, regional budget. So next, the research background and methodology, the context. In 2025, Prabowo administration issued presidential instruction mandating national wide budget efficiency across three implementation stages. The recent problem: how does the national level fiscal tightening cascade into East Kalimantan fiscal year 2026 regional budget or APBD, and what mitigation is feasible? Methodology and scope. Qualitative case study designed with descriptive analysis, data drawn from literature, review, and official document like Ministry of Finance, governance instructions, APBD report. Single province case is Kalimantan within 2025 until 2026 national policy analysis. Next. Okay. National budget efficiency policy for overview. Presidential instruction mandate a total national budget cut of 300 more trillion, splitting the reduction between central ministries and regional transfers. This is the cutting budget from the central ministries, about 256 more, and then for regional transfer, 15 trillion. So the policy goals about this program: first, optimize public spending quality, maintain fiscal stability, and third, support sustainable development. And fourth, only strategic project return full budget. This is the main idea with this project. The next. So we can see the East Kalimantan fiscal year budget impact. So we can see, and in 2025 year, and then 2026 year. So regional budgets contraction minus 30.3%. Efficiency target to avoid deflect 2 trillion, and so on. The next, fiscal reallocation and the ambiguous program. So budget efficiency is fundamentally a fiscal reallocation strategy, saving redirected to national priorities: defense, education, healthcare, and food security. So free nutrition MBG program. This is the initial allocation, 71 trillion, and then the planned expansion until more than 100 trillion. So the reallocation logic shows efficiency policy is not pure austerity. It is a resource distribution mechanism toward social investment. Next. This is a political risk of the policy. Fiscal tightening can generate miserable political risk alongside fiscal benefit. First, vested interest resistance. So we can see it in some protesters in Kalimantan. Group affected by spending cuts push back against reduced access to fund. Second, opposition legitimacy challenge. Opposition parties leverage cut to question the government's mandate. Third, social discontent. Sector-specific cut, travel, even local service, trigger public frustration. And then widening inequality. Transfer-dependent region risk falling further behind, straining remote service. And then risk mitigation strategies. First, strengthen transparent public communication on policy rationale and benefits. Second, allocate compensation funding for affected sectors. Third, engage diverse political stakeholders to build policy consensus. Fourth, maintain policy flexibility with regular evaluation and adjustment. Five, advance digitalization of budget management for transparency and oversight. And then the next, conclusion and policy implication. Key finding is Kalimantan APBD contraction 21 trillion to 15 trillion exemplifies the tangible regional cost of national fiscal consolidation under President instruction. Takeaway, efficiency policy succeeds only when paired with transparent reallocation, MBG expansion, proactive political risk management, and adaptive regional fiscal government. Implication for research and analysis, continuous monitoring of decade-dependent regions, evaluation of interregional equity outcome, further empirical study on subnational fiscal resilience. Okay, thank you. This is my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clay. So I would like to invite Mr. Komaruzaman, Mr. Ratu. Okay. Okay, Mr. Komaruzaman, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Komoro Zaman. Today, I will like present my research answer. The influence of toxic workplace environment and work under turnover intonation moderate by social support. Okay, next. Introduction. The first, I will like to explain in the background of the researcher. Human researchers are one of the most important assets in organization. Over employees may face work pressure, increasing workloads, tight deadline, and limited resource. This condition can lead to turnover intonation which men and embrace intonation or desire to like the organization. Therefore, it is important to understand the factor that can influence employees' intents to live. Next. Literal review. This research has four main variables. The first variable, toxic workplace environment, its main unsanitary work environment that can negatively affect employees. The second variable is workload, which refers to the amount difficult and intense of work the employees have to complete. Then the third variable is social support, which meant the help and integration to embrace research from chokers, supervisor, and then the organization. The last variable is strong intonation, which meant the embrace intonation to leave the organization and look for another job. Next. From the talks workplace environment, there are 5 in the institution: bullying or intimidation, unfair treatment, unhealthy communication, lack of health leadership, and then a work culture aspect of the behavior. For workplace, the internation equal to much work on restless deadlines, hate work, the one with recursion, unclear stable and execution body stacking. For support, the internation include emotion support from coworkers, help from supervisor, access in information, and then resources. Relationship for the organization and a sense of belonging in the work group. For turnover internation, the indicator in looking for a job,
Enggak semua ini sekarang.
opportunity, waiting to
Harusnya
right
enggak semua.
organization, building professional network, work
Sudah
focus
selesai kan?
on the organization,
Kalau
and
ini lu sampai bisa sampai jam 8 ini.
another job. Okay, next. Therefore, habitation, this workplace environment has positive significant effect on turnover definition. Two, workload have a positive and significant effect on turnover detonation. And three is social support weaken the effect of the toxic workplace environment on turnover detonation. And for social support weaken the effect for turnover intonation. Okay, next. Social now Aliceman the research had this research approach and average research design. The purpose in the most expand attention between the research variable. The response are employees who have worked for the last 6 months are active involved in their daily work and are willing to take in the research. The total number of respondents is 306 employees that were close pushing with 5-point like scale from strong discount to strong grade. The that were analyzed using PLSM same with smart PS4. Okay, next. Yes, next. Next. Next.
Ke slide berapa, Bang?
Yes. Next. 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 And resource reputation testing based on the rules, the main finding is the workload is an important factor influencing turnover internation. When employees expression high workload, their inclination to leave to organization tends to increase. However, toxic workplace environment was proven to have significant effect on turnover intonation in this research. The result also show the social support did not significantly weaken the effect of toxic workplace and environment on work on turnover intonation. Therefore, work appears to be more important factor influencing turnover intonation the context of this research. Okay, next. And then last conclusion, currently, one like present the question the research experiment the influence of toxic workplace environment and workload on turnover internation with social support as moderating variable. The first consensus is the toxic workplace environment did not have a significant effect on turnover internation. The second solution is that workload had a positive and significant effect on turnover internation. The third conclusion is the social support did not significant moderate to effect of toxic workplace and environment and work load on turnover internation. This research has some limitation such as the sample and the as of prostate that P2 research can involve more the first respondent and then consider other variable. So as job starvation and emission action. That is the end my person. Thank you very much for any explanation. I'm here. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Zaman. Then I would like to invite Miss Kunti Dewi Kismanto. Oh, okay.
It's Mrs. actually.
Mrs. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kunti Dewi Kismanto, representing UNTAC Management, Magister Management. It is what an honor and privilege for me having the opportunity to present my article entitled The Impact of Local Taxes on Regional Financial Independence and Economic Growth in East Kalimantan. Okay, let me begin with the introduction. It all begins with the fiscal decentralization that
Under this mandate, local government are expected to manage their financial resource more independently. However, the rate of financial independence in East Kalimantan relatively low. In average, it only below 15%. So the primary tool to strengthen the fiscal independence, one of those is local taxes. Through the local taxes, the government can increase their economic growth through productive public expenditure. But previous studies have reported inconsistent findings. That's how the objective of this research is to re-examine how above factors are related one to another, and specifically in East Kalimantan. And there, my research framework is using 3 variables. My first variable is local taxes. It acts as an exogenous variable, and my first Y variable is regional financial independence, or RFI. Therefore, my first hypothesis is that the local taxes has an impact to RFI, and my second Y variable is economic growth. So my second hypothesis is that the local taxes has an impact to economic growth. My research using quantitative data on 10-year observation period from 2016 to 2025 covers 10 regencies and cities in Kalimantan. So I have hundreds of observation data. And then the analysis tool is WarpLS 8.0. Before examining the hypothesis, first, I evaluate the model to ensure its adequacy. Using ABC, ARS, and GOV, it's all ideal, indicating that my structural relationships are moderate to strong positive, indicating good overall explanatory capability, and indicate high level of overall model fitness. FF of 2.4 indicate that no multicolority, SPR1 indicating no symptoms paradox, RSCR1 indicates all paths contribute consistently. We move to the first result of my first hypothesis. The path coefficient of local taxes to financial independence is 0.847 and p-value under 0.001. It means that local taxes have a positive and significant impact to financial independence. Therefore, my first hypothesis is supported. Optimizing tax revenue is the absolute foundation to help local government to escape from central transfer dependence. Now, we move to the discussion for my first hypothesis. As you can see in this figure, the higher local taxes, also the higher financial independence. And we can see there are 2 cities with a high financial independence, such as Samarinda and Balikpapan. This is because there's 2 cities have more diversified economic trade. Therefore, they have strong tax bases. In contrast, Mahakam Hulu has the lowest fiscal independence because they are located in a remote area. Therefore, they have very limited tax base compared than the other cities. Now, we move to the second result of hypothesis. The path coefficient of local taxes to economic growth is 0.2 and p-value 0.016. It means that local taxes has a positive impact to economic growth. But since the ABC is not as much as the first hypothesis, my second hypothesis is supported, but it's limited. It aligns with Keynesian multiplier mechanism, which explains that government expenditure reinvested in productive public expenditure will stimulate aggregate demand and generate multiplier effect on economic activity. Now we move to the discussion of my second hypothesis. As you can see in this figure, the higher the local taxes will also the higher the economic growth, but not as much as the effect of my first hypothesis. It aligns with endogenous growth theory. But as we can see, there are 2 outliers in Penajam Regency. As we can see, it also there is a surge in economic growth in Penajam Regency 2022 until 2024. Their economic growth is surged until 30%. It all because the ICAN mega project that act as an exogenous growth shock. As we know that central government expenditure in this IKN is very huge and very massive that will generate a multiplier effect to the economic growth in Kranjang Regency. This also helps to explain why my model is relatively low with the APC only 0.2, because there are many factors that better explain the economic growth beyond local taxes. One of those factors is government expenditure. Now we come to the conclusion. The local taxes has a positive effect both for my first or second Y variable, but for the RFI it's strong, and for the economic growth it's only limited. It's all because there are many factors that help to that is more specific to explain the economic growth beyond my model. One of those examples is like I explained in the previous slide is government expenditure in IKN. And for the practical implication, governments should expand their tax bases, increase their revenue, and then allocate it in a productive public investment. This will enhance economic growth. And then for the future researchers should integrate government expenditure quality as a mediating or moderating variable. This will help the research have a better explanation to explain the transition mechanism from the local taxes to economic growth. That concludes my presentation. I hope my presentation will have additional insight to all of us and will have a better to our education. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you, Mrs. Kunti. Okay, I would like to invite Lusmawati. Okay.
Oh, enggak usah. Enggak apa-apa. Oh iya. Bisa kah?
Mau pakai kah?
Bisa nggak? Oke. Terus nanti. Yang mana, Ibu? Anunya? Oh, ini lah. Singkat-singkat aja, Bu. Biar enak.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Muncul ini. Sudah. Harusnya muncul sih. Ini dari sini muncul. Ntar dulu, Bu. Udah ngerti saya, Bu? Bisa. Ntar. Bang, kenapa di laptopmu ini nggak muncul di layar anu ya? Layar slide-nya? Apa nyenggol kah? Kayak apa tuh, Bang? Ah, susah. Kalau di layar memang kayak gitu, Bu.
Okay.
Bisa.
Display. Implementation of the Internet of Things IoT in real-time monitoring of oxygen cylinder distribution. Next. Induction
Introduction. Oxygen cylinders are important for healthcare industry and emergency response. Conventional distribution system may express delayed information and manual recording errors. Tracking vessel and cylinder location can be evaluated with an integrated monitoring system. Internet of Things can connect sensor device, cloud system, and user for real-time monitoring. Conventional distributing issue. Information lacks of real-time visibility regarding cylinder location and status during transport. Manual recording error. Discrepancy between physical stock and weighted inventory loss. Tracking bottlenecks, difficulty in pinpointing physical positing causing delivery delay. Risk of asset loss. Controlled oxygen tank heat risk of misplacement or loss with IUT oversight. Next. Introduction, razor objective dan solution. Problems, delayed distribution information, stock recording error, limited location visibility, delivery delay, risk of asset loss. Objective, analysis DOS of IoT for real-time oxygen cylinder distribution, monitoring and evaluation is effect on tracking delivery, inventory, and decision making. Expect benefit, faster information, better accuracy, infrared inventory control, greater transparency, and more efficiency distribution management. Real-time tracking, developed and integrated IoT architecture to continuously track oxygen cylinder and delivery physical in transit with high precision. Logistic efficiency, quantify reduction in delivery, delay and evaluation, improvement in inventory management efficiency using real-time telemetry. Smart decision, provide controlled web dashboard analytic to for management with immediate data-driven decision-making capabilities. Nice. Material and method. System attitude and workflow. Method quantitative pressure with a case study approach on oxygen cylinder distribution system. Hardware, software, and data. Next. Result. Performance key metric. A system stability variable for testing period. Inventory test with reported inventory test accuracy with stock notification about cylinder. Next. System testing and evaluation. Performance indicator, conventional system, professional IoT system, in fact, location monitoring, data assurance, system reporting, system stability, stock quantity accuracy. Next. Disposition, value driver disposition. RFID asset control, achieving unique IDs, prevent manual entry error, and ensure total individual cylinder traceability through the distributor. Next. Consolation, IoT can improve the effectiveness and efficiency of oxygen cylinder distribution. The integrated RFID, GPS, ASP, cloud, and dashboard system support real-time monitoring. The system improve tracking, assurance delivery performance, inventory management, and information transparency. Future development can integrate artificial intelligence for stock demand prediction and route optimization. Next. Solution and core takeaway. IoT transform oxygen cylinder distribution from a manual periodic process in an integrated, automated, and real-time monitoring ecosystem. Next. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you. So I would like to
Maulana.
invite Mr. Maulana Iska. Mr. Maulana, the floor is yours.
Maulana. Iya, saat bangsat. Mana lagi tadi tuh? Bentar bang, bentar ya bang.
Sudah ketemu.
Bentar. Mau lah.
Ya, Mas.
Iya ya.
30 Mas.
30.
Kau nggak ada. Bawa coba.
Ini 33 tuh di atas nih bang.
30 nggak ada.
Boleh nggak ada nih bang.
Kehapus kan Mas, coba di sampah Mas.
Nggak ada nih.
Siapa tuh Anda? Coba bawa. Maulana searching. Coba. Nah, upload ulang ya Mas.
Iya. Nggak ada bos. Nanti tahu. Bang, ada bang. Mana bangnya tadi? Sudah. Sudah. Mana?
Ini.
Dalam aku downloadin satu ini bos. Kenapa downloadin? Nggak bos. Nggak. Sudah kok. Dia mah nggak maunya. Kenapa? Ininya diganti duplikat. Diperubah tuh situ. Coba lihat nih. Iya makanya bos. Itu ya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terus anu bang.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maulana Iska. I would like to present our research entitled "The Influence of PPK Audit Findings on Public Welfare Through Local Government Financial Performance as a Mediator in East Kalimantan." Next, let me start with the background. Based on stewardship theory, local government are expected to manage public fund responsibly, while BPK audits aim to improve accountability and resource management. However, although WTP was received in 92 out of 99 observations in East Kalimantan, HDI growth was not consistent, and audit finding and regional losses still existed, raising the question of whether BPK audit finding affect public welfare directly or through local government financial performance. Next. Based on this gap, we developed a conceptual framework with BPK audit finding as the independent variable, local government financial performance as the mediating variable, and public welfare as the dependent variable. We test four hypotheses. H1 examines the direct effect of audit finding on public welfare. H2 examines the effect on financial performance. H3, the effect of financial performance on public welfare, and H4, the mediating effect of financial performance. Next. The population consists of 11 local government in East Kalimantan, covering 2070 to 2025 with 99 observation using saturated sampling.
The data were mainly collected from BPK audit reports and BPS data. Next. As we can see, this is operational variable matrix. We can go next. Now I will try to explain the main results. First, for H1, 3 out of 5 BPK audit variable had a significant direct relationship with HDI. This means in particular, the number of audit finding, TLR-HP, and regional losses showed significant effect. For H3, the financial performance variables, PID effectiveness and capital expenditure are significant, while the financial efficiency ratio and fiscal independence ratio are not significant. The main message from this slide is that BPK audit variables can influence HDI directly and not only through financial performance. Next. Second, for hypothesis 2, H2, the influence on financial performance was quite limited. Out of 16 tested pathways, only 3 were statistically significant. This suggests that audit findings do not easily change structural financial ratios at the local government level. Okay, next. For H4, the mediation result was even more limited. Only one of the 16 mediation paths was statistically significant. The supported path was from regionalizes through capital expenditure to HDA. So financial performance cannot be considered a universal mediator. Next. Based on this result, H1 and H3 are partially supported, while H2 received limited support and H4 has only one significant mediation path. Overall, BPK audit finding influence public welfare more through direct effect than through financial performance. Next. From a policy perspective, we have 3 main recommendations. First, TLRSP or follow-up rate should be treated not only as a administrative compliance, but as an active governance improvement that can affect public welfare. Second, local government should prioritize the quality of capital expenditure, especially expenditure related to health, education, and infrastructure. Third, local government need to strengthen their own resource revenue or PAD because high dependence on central transfer is a structural limitation for financial independence. To conclude, our study shows that BPK audit finding influence public welfare predominantly through a direct path rather than through local financial performance as a mediator. Thank you very much. I hope it didn't take more than 5 minutes.
Very good, Mr. Maulana Iska. So I would like to invite Mr. Cucup Purwoko. Mr. Cucup Purwoko, time is yours.
Ada. Satu menit.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor and pleasure for me to have the opportunity to present of research and artificial intelligence driven green human resource management supporting sustainable in the hospital industry. Next.
The hospital industry is one the sector that use significant amount of natural resources. Hotel and hospitality business consume large amount of energy and water, generate waste, and contribute to carbon emission. Moreover, sustainable has become an important issue for the hospital industry. One approach to addressing the challenge in green human resource management, or GHRM. Next. The main objective of the study to systematically review international literature on the application of artificial intelligence in your green human resource management and its contributing sustainably hospital industry. The first, we aim to map the development of research and identify emerging themes. The second, we identify the key variables and conceptual research and appeared in the letter. The third, we examine how AI can strengthen the implementation of GHRM. They are artificial intelligence, green human resource management, green employee behavior, and environmental and sustainable performance. Next. Let us to discuss the methodology. The research use a systematic literature review, or SLR. The review process which guide by the principles, kitchen and charter and the Prisma 2020 framework. Next, based on literature review, their major research theme and identify. The first time is GHRM for sustainability. The second time is AI in human resource management. The third time is AI and GHRM integration. Next, moving to the key findings on literature, production, digital adoption, analysis capability, and AI-based HR system. Meanwhile, GHRM includes participation of green recruitment, green training, green performance, a partial and green reward and compensation. Next, the slide presented the central conceptual pathway of the research. AI provides several technology components that include machine learning, predictive analytics, chatbots, and big data analysis. Next, our study is also supported by two important theoretical perspectives. The first in research-based view, or RBV. The second theoretical perspective is the ability, motivation, opportunity framework, and AMO. Then the 4RB and AMO provide complementary explanation of AI-driven GHRM can contribute to the survey. Next. I'll talk AI-driven GHRM. The first organization my face had investment recruitment and at digital interest. Yang second, there are concerns related to data quality, data integration, privacy and security, and algorithmic is. Next. Okay. Based on systematic literature review include artificially intelligence green human resource management can form a strategic combination for advancing sustainability in hospital industry. Therefore, the next frontier of the research should focus on developing integrated longitudinal and hospital specific model AI different. Okay, thank you for attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Okay, I would like to invite Vincentia Kandok. Okay, Vincentia Kandok. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swasti Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan.
Tiga. Oh, oke. Bentar, Mbak. Bentar. Aduh. Okay.
Okay, today I will present about financial performance analysis based on liquidity, vulnerability, and solvency ratio at Ultramedica Clinics Tengarong period 2024 to 2025. Introduction, the study period from 2024 to 2025, context about healthy care service of medical check-up clinic and ratio about liquidity, portability, dan solvency. Medical check-up clinic are growing and preventive health awareness and employed health recruitment increase. Competition required clinic management to manage not only service quality but also financial health. Financial statement help management evaluate whether medical check-up revenue can cover operation costs such as equipment, maintenance, consumables, and specialist fees. The study expands financial calculation and performance trends at Ultramedica Sejahtera Clinic Tengarong. Next. Research focus and objective is objective 1 is evaluate and clinic's financial performance during 2024 to 2025. Objective 2 access liquidity talk on current ratio. Objective 3 assess profitability talk return on asset. Objective 4 asset solvency talk the debt to asset ratio. Next. Material and methods is quality approach, descriptive, data from secondary data, about financial statement, data from 2024 to 2025 fiscal year's comparison. Data circus statement of financial position, balance sheets, and income statement. Data collection technique, formal documentation, financial ratio analysis, current ratio to liquidity, return on asset to portability, and debt to asset ratio to solvency. Ratio were compared with the healthcare industry standard state on manuscript. From this data in 2024, the company showed the strong financial position with the total assets reaching 2.2 billion rupiah and net profit increasing 200 million. That also decreased slightly, including on overall development to financial performance. To 2024 include major investment in digital X-ray and echocardiography, and 2025 reflects recovery and relates corporate revenue. Next. And result financial ratio is the financial ratio improvement the 2025, the current ratio is cut from 185% to 195%, showing a strong liquidity ratio on asset, improved from 7% to 5.5%, although it's still below the 10%. Meanwhile, to debit to asset ratio decreased from 45 to 38, indicating lower financial risk. Next. Result, key finding liquidity is very high, portability improving but below standard, solvency is but beyond risk. For discussion, liquidity remains strong at current ratio increase from 1.85 to 1.98, suggesting a strong short-term financial position. Portability remains the main challenge. Return on asset increased by 2.5% point, but stay below the 10 big month. On manuscript link to 2024, portability pursued as major investment, digital X-ray and echocardiography, with increased total asset before corporate medical checkup revenue full recovery. The reduction to debit asset ratio from 45% to 38 increases lower the burden and the safer capital structure. The study recommended operational cost efficiency and optimization of corporate and medical checkup packages to improve portability. The strategy implication is strong liquidity and low leverage profit from the improved asset productivity and corporate medical checkup revenue generation. That's all. Thank you for attention.
Thank you. So I would like to invite Mr. Wardian Sardi. Wardian Sardi. Okay, thanks, yours.
Ada bang?
Ada sama gue.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to present our results at ICoMTED 2026. My name is Wardian Sardi, and today I would like to present our study entitled Enterprise Level Cyclical Capital Development and High Performance Work Behavior in Industry Leading Firms. It's a great pleasure to share our results with you today. Okay, next. To begin, let us look at the background of this study. Industry leading firm face increasing pressure to improve employee performance and competitiveness. Cyclical capital can enhance motivation, confidence, and resilience. At the enterprise level, it can be developed through training, coaching, mentoring, and organizational support. Employees with high cyclical capital tend to show better satisfaction, commitment, and performance. Okay, next. Now, let us move the result gap and aim. Result on enterprise level cyclical capital development and its direct impact on HPWD is still limited, especially developing country firms. Psychological capital can be valuable organizational resource that support adaptability and resilience. Therefore, this study examines how enterprise level cyclical capital development and HPWD using quantitative analysis and simple linear regression with SPSS. Okay, next.
Masih di ruangan teman? Waduh,
I
berapa
will
menit
explain the
Bang?
method
Masih
used
ada
in this study. The study is a
masih
quantitative
ada
survey involving high performance
3 lagi.
or critical channels employed from 5 industry leading energy company. The sample
Aduh,
consists
bisa
of 100
kapan gua
respondents
upload?
rated
Pengen.
throughout push-pulse sampling. The variable comfort enterprise level
Mana?
capital development and SPWB include its performance,
Udah sudah.
organizational, citizenship
Nanti lah.
behavior, and
Tapi ini sisa
adaptability.
3 orang aja aku.
Data we are measure using a 5-point Likert scale and
Ya udah,
analysis with SPSS version 26.
tungguin aku.
Okay, next.
Ya.
Okay, next, we present the validity and reliability result. The item correlation range from 0.903 to 0.952 for first cycle capital development and from 0.793 to 0.933 for SPWB. Convex alpha was 0.960 and 0.927 respectively. All the value exceed 0.70 indicating the instrument are valid and reliable. Okay, next. Now, let us add the correlation result. The present correlation between enterprise level cycle capital development and SPWB was 0.948 with P less than 0.01. This show a very strong and positive relationship between cycle capital intervention and employer behavior. Okay, next. We present the regression result. Enterprise level cycle capital development had a coefficient of 0.926, beta of 0.948, and t value of 29.562 with a significant value of 0. The reason is statistically significant. The regression report is SPWB equals 1.272 plus 0.926 time enterprise level cycle capital development. Okay, next. We look the F test and coefficient of determination. The F test was 73.940 with a significance value of 0, indicating that a model is highly feasible. The R square value was 0.899 or 89.9%. Okay, next. Discussion. Now let us move the discussion. Employees show higher work capability and engagement when involved in structured psychological capital program. Training, mentoring, and coaching can strengthen competence, resilience, and motivation. A positive work climate also combines self-efficient, resilience, hope, and optimism into productive work behavior. These findings are consistent with previous study on psychological capital and employee performance. Okay, next. The discussion also highlights several implications. Resilience and self-efficient training and encourage employees to take invitation and innovate. Optimism and hope can support engagement, persistence, teamwork, and organizational system behavior. With an R score of 89.9%, enterprise level cycle capital development is a major contributor to SPWB. Therefore, managers should prioritize psychological capital training, mentoring, coaching, and supportive organizational culture. Okay, next. Finally, let us move to the conclusion. This study provides strong evidence that enterprise level cycle capital development has a positive and significant contribution to SPWB with an R square of 89.9%. Cycle capital, self-efficiency, optimism, and resilience can be viewed as strategic organization as a companies should integrate its development to HR strategies, through mentoring, resilience training, and structure coaching. Next. Okay, thank you very much for your attention and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Great, great, great. So, I would like to invite Yulis Chow Olga, and then after Yulis Chow Olga, the last Mr. Rodney Satyo Bardianto. Hello, Mr. Rodney, please. Okay, time is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone, I hope you are all doing. My topic article, the influence of digital media on employee work motivation, a study at the Linggang Bigung Subdistrict Office, Kutai Barat, Regency. Next. Introduction. Digital transformation is changing how government agency carry out and administration, instant message, email, dan online information system. Work motivation is key determinant of productivity and public service quality. The Linggang Bigung Subdistrict Office Kutai Barat Regency saw variant in the intensity and depth of digital work with employees testing and research gap. Next, research material and method, quantitative question approach, 50 total something. Independent variable, digital media, independent variable, employee work motivation. Respondent character in instrument testing. Respondent character sample 5T. Digital media, kemudian work motivation. Next. Result linear regression dan hypothesis testing. Y equal 10.45 to plus 0.612 x. Confidence of determination 52.7%. Of the variant in employee work motivation is explained by digital media. 46.10% by other factor outside the model. Leadership, compensation, physical work environment. Next. Discussion, information access dan komunikasi efisiensi, geographic challenge of Kutai Barat, factor outside the model, 47.0% participal impression. Next. Next.
Tinggal satu.
Oh gitu.
Last one.
Ya.
Iya.
Sorry ya.
Gak apa-apa. The last
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Please applause for this show, Olga. And then the last presentation by Mr. Roni Setio Wardianto. Mr. Roni, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Roni Setio Wardianto. Today in research and study final statement analysis to assess the financial performance of Komando Car Wash and Detailing. Introduction, I business idea organization from the current trend of car and motorcycle makes up a significant business opportunity has emergent in the sector commando car wash and vehicle washing service process on planning. B business objective short term 1 until 3 years, medium term term until 5 years, long term 5 until 2 years to expand the business and establish multiple brands with high region. Two material and method. Material and method, the type of research used is quantitative with describe the state of the research focus based on commercial that has been collection. Data, the type of data installation in second that confirmation of corporation financial record then include the balance. Research objective. The objective of the study is to determine the financial performance of the motor vehicle washing and detailing and service commando car wash. Next, methodology. Research methodology, type research study is comparative research that evaluates and compares the performance on the vehicle washing and detailing business. Research location time, the research was condition of commando car wash, vehicle washing and detailing business location on Wapsarani, Gang Komando 1, North Sanga District S, Kuita Energy. Research producer is gathering theory degree to financial statement analysis.
Sampai berapa hari kakaknya di sini?
To collection recorded special financial statement of the official washing and detailing business.
Besok ikut community service.
Tiga, analysis the financial statement using financial ratio. Four, providing consultation and recommendation to serve volume input for the company.
Sedangkan aku tuh
Data collection method, primary data, secondary data, kemudian methodology, where phase research is intended to extend a set of data in the form financial statement. Interview is intended to obtain information regarding the general overview of the vehicle washing and detailing of business. Dokumentasi method and standard to support to secondary data of the vehicle washing and detailing service.
Salah jalan sih.
Population sample. Population and complete group element usually consisting of people, object, transaction of every if we are interested in study in of the self as the object of research. Sample is a subject of the population unit in the study. The sample text consisting of the company financial statement published over the last Feb month on the year 2020 Feb. Research finding and discussion. Research finding in condition and the study, the research was career or intelligent the published financial statement of the company. Tabel 2 financial statement of the physical washing and detailing business commando car wash. 2027 income Agustus, September, Oktober, November, dan Desember. Diskusi financial ratio analysis table 3 gross profit margin of the physical washing and detailing business commando car wash. Year 2027 profit revenue gross profit margin IDB gross profit margin 53%. Table 4 return on asset ROI during in the 2025 year net income, total asset dan total asset return quality ROA ratio is used to measure stability to generate profit based on certain level of share capital. Return on capital based on table 5 it now that from Augustus to December 2027 and ratio 13.5%. Consolidation and recommendation consolidation regarding in the quality ratio, the overall condition of the company in good position. Regarding the probability ratio, the company overall condition in 2025 is in good position due to in case its capability to generate profit. Efficiency resource utilization and confidential profit effort. Recommendation. The recommendation that can be put forward as follow. One, the company software is good position. This condition must be maintained to ensure the company doesn't fast in setting its obligation over maturity. Two, the company probability is under position the indicated successful organization and the variable condition shall be consideration maintained by the company. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much. So we just finished all of the presenters today, and from the committee, we have information that we will now all of you can rest until 6 o'clock. So it's about 40 minutes. Yeah, it's okay. So we will continue for dinner, gala dinner, yeah, gala dinner, and then the place is place here. Okay, yeah. So see you again for 6 o'clock here. Maybe after Maghrib, maybe after Salat Maghrib. Okay. See you again. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sama. Iya. Masalahnya Pak.
Aku bantu siapa?
Aduh.
Dia kalau nggak salah di file.
Di file?
Di file. Atau ini apa Kak? Coba boleh lihat ini gitu. Iya. Nah itu. Betul.
Ini play aja nggak?
Play aja betul.